Good morning, honorable members, officials, and our stakeholders. Good morning.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning, Chair.
Morning, honorable members. How about to start our meeting? 9 o'clock is clocked, and I looked at the agenda. I saw it that it is a little bit longish, but we'll try our level best to discuss everything that is in front of us, but make sure that we are very cautious of the time so that we don't miss anything. Can we bow our heads where we are for a moment? Thank you very much, honorable members and officials and our stakeholders. Lindy, I hope you are part and parcel of the meeting of today. But
yes, Chair, I am.
Yes, thank you very much, Lindy. Thank you very much. And also let me say that the meeting is officially opened, and also wish to acknowledge and also welcome everybody who is in the meeting. And I also wish that all of us will be free and discuss all what we think is needed to be discussed. And then because we have to adopt and consider some items that are in the agenda, knowing exactly that we are left with 2 days to go to our Easter weekend, or we can say 1 day, that is Thursday, then Good Friday is gonna start. I wish every one of you, since we have passed on from the Passover Sunday, I hope also the Easter weekend will be a very fruitful one, and we'll relax a little bit so that we take some strength to go for elections and for campaigning. And I know that with Easter weekend always have some few things that are very nasty and funny. So I wish you all the best, and also please drive safe and arrive alive at all the destination, those that are going to visit families and friends. Let us be very
Recording
cautious,
in progress.
especially the speed. Don't drive for yourself, drive for others, because you might as well be correct and be on the right side and on the right stop, on the right track, but someone from the other side will come and maybe distract you. So we must strive for even other people, not for ourselves only. I wish you all the best. Enjoy. I know for a fact that after Easter, we will come back again. Thank you ever so much. Lindy, can you confirm the roll, the attendance, and people that are present in the meeting?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson and members and the departmental official in attendance, Chair, and also acknowledge, Chair, in your behalf. I just forgot to mention that the Deputy Minister is also with us, Chair. Chairperson, today is the 27th of March 2024. It's a day before Parliament rises. I wish to confirm the following members that are present in this meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development as proclaimed by the rules of the National Assembly. We have you, Member Mvana, as our chairperson. We have Member Abraham's chair. We have Member Peterson. we have member Masango, we have member Hlongo, we have member Iris, we have member Mare, we have member Manganye, Chair. Chair, I may proceed to the apologies. There are quite few apologies, Chair. One is from member Sukers, who is not with us due to the prior commitments, Chair. Also, member Pilankulu is chairing the steering committee on the multi-party women's caucus, so is scheduled at the same time as our meeting, Chair. Also, there's an indication from member Masango that she would request to leave at 11 o'clock to attend to her other priorities, Chair. Also, the minister is unable to attend today's meeting due to a cabinet meeting she's attending. So those are the confirmation of members present, as well as the apologies for your consideration, Chair. Thank you very much. Chair, it's safe to say that we also have the support team from the Parliament side, and we have the legal team from the department, from the Chief State Law Advisor, and also our Parliamentary State Law Advisor, and your full team of Parliament, Yoli, Siavuya, and others are also here, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindy. We also wish to welcome and acknowledge the presence of the DM in our meeting, knowing that at the end of the day, this was a Human Rights Month. We welcome DM, and we understand we could see the programs that she was busy on, and we wish her all the best in those programs. It is unfortunate sometimes we are unable to support her in her programs because of the tight schedule that we have. And then, Lindy, can you write the agenda? I think the apologies have been accepted, but I might be happy if I can get a hand that acknowledges and accept the apologies that Lindy has put forward to us. Honorable Bridget Masango.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues, and all on the platform. I would like to propose the adoption of the agenda. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Okay, we are far ahead of us, because we're still on the apologies.
Oh,
okay.
my sincere apologies, Chair. I would like to propose the acceptance of the apologies.
The adoption of the agenda.
Yes.
Yeah, I know that you might be in a hurry because you have to leave at least halfway the meeting. So thanks ever so much for 2-in-1 acceptance of the apologies as put forward, and also accept the agenda as proposed. Any seconder to what Honorable Bridget is saying?
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to second Honorable Bridget on the acceptance of apologies and the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. Uyasheshwa manje. Okay, then if it is the case, because we have got the DM in our presence, then we can give the DM to do the political overview before we get into the agenda. Over to you, DM. DM. Lindy, are you sure that the DM is in?
Yes, Chair. Yes, she's here, and Rieta Bukhapana Zulu, unless she just logged in and is someone. Otherwise, then her name is here.
Okay, maybe she has got also the glitch knowing that.
No, good morning, Chairperson. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm here.
All right.
But-
Let me switch off my video too, so that you can be accessible. Over to you, dear.
No, thank you, Chair. The team has connected me, and I've just looked at the agenda, and I've just indicated to the team that this is more an internal meeting for the committee that does not necessarily require our presence, because it's the committee legacy report. So I'm just thinking that you will excuse us for connecting when you're actually discussing the committee internal matters, if that's acceptable by you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DM. I don't have a choice, DM. I have to accept what you are requesting from us. Anyway, when you are present and also maybe the minister is present, we sometimes give them an opportunity just to do a political overview, just few words in the meeting.
Oh, the other matter maybe that I can just bring to the attention, thank you, Chair, since you'll be talking older persons today, we held a very successful active aging program in Mpumalanga and the choir festival. And I think the older persons' hope and dreams are in the amendments that the committee will be dealing with. We also had we had an older persons parliament. And I'd like to just say to the committee, everything and the hard work you've put in the bill, older persons, the older persons has raised their voices once again on the issues in the older persons parliament in Mpumalanga last week. So I thought maybe, Chair, that could be just an update. And they have asked us to thank the committee very much for all of the provincial hearings, and they are holding on to what the committee will do before Parliament is dissolved to adopt the older persons bill. Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe that's the feedback I can provide.
Thank you very much, TM. We really appreciate that report, which is encouraging us more to move forward with the older person. Thanks ever so much, TM. Then Lindy.
Chairperson, the first item of today's meeting is to consider the B bill that will be presented by the legal team, and I'll explain the process of adopting the B bill, and then after that, immediately we consider and adopt the committee report. So that is the critical part of the agenda the committee will start. So, Chair, and that will lead the process.
Okay.
Then
can we go to the B bill? The legal advisors and state law advisor, I'm told that they are part of us. What is the process and procedure? Do we go to them first and then?
Chair, let me
yes.
Chair, firstly, Suen will present and illustrate the changes that were made in the A list to ensure that they're in the B list. And then after that, you need to have a process that to adopt the B list. So, Chair, you put clauses, you don't need to read them, and then we agree to all the clauses, and then we put the long and short title of the bill, and then we adopt the bill as amended. So that will be the process. For now, Suen will take you through to illustrate, to demonstrate the changes made in the A list that is affected in the B list. That's the process for her to start with. Thank you, Chair.
We apologize for you, Suen. We were about to start. You were in the platform, but Lindy was trying to explain the process and remind us and caution us about the procedure and process so that we don't have flaws and miss some steps. Thank you. Over to you, Suen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Today, the task for the committee is to adopt the B bill. The B bill is basically the bill with the committee amendments included. So this is the version that will be considered by the National Assembly. Chairperson, I'm just going to stop my video so that I get better connectivity. Chairperson, before I start, I just want to point out to one issue with the A-list. With these processes, we obviously check and double check all the amendments. And during the process, we just picked up one issue with the A-list, which was substantive. There were other issues which were of minor commas and technical issues, but with the A-list, we picked up one issue that I just want to point out. So in clause 20 of the A-list, which deals with penalties, I had indicated last week there are two types or two sanctions imposed for penalties. One is one related to a fine not exceeding, a period of imprisonment not exceeding 1 year, or both a fine and such imprisonment. And the other category of penalties is that related to a period of imprisonment for 5 years. So we had inadvertently put in a penalty clauses that were not supposed to be in the 1 year category. So I just want to indicate to the committee that we have corrected that. So the inclusion should only be related to section 13.5, 18.1, 18.9, and 18.A4. We had unfortunately included section 26.3, 27.8, 29.11, and 30.11. And that was done in error. As I will indicate in the Act, those sections are already covered. So those sections carry a period of fine and a period of imprisonment not exceeding 5 years. So I just wanted to bring that substantive correction to the committee's attention, that when the officials considered the A-list to ensure everything was correct, we just corrected that error, and that is now indicated in the A-list. It is now reflective of what is needed to be corrected in the Act. Chairperson, with that background, I'm going to indicate the changes in the B bill that the committee had discussed and accepted last week. This is just to give the committee an indication that we had carried out their instruction to ensure that the B bill now reflects their input. And the committee will then consider the whole bill, clause by clause, to vote on each clause and then adopt the bill and the committee report. So Chairperson, this is the B bill as indicated. And the amendments are highlighted in green just so members can see that where the changes are made. So in clause 1, which deals with the definitions, we had included a definition for care, and members can see that definition for care is discussed last week. Further, in clause 1, we had amended the definition for caregiver, and that is as reflected in the B bill. Thereafter, we had inserted a definition for family care. The committee then amended the definition to independent living. And if you remember, there was just a typo with provision, and we corrected that. Further on, the definition for interdepartmental structure was amended to include the National Prosecuting Authority and to correct the South African Police Services designation to reflect its correct name. And we had removed the word stakeholder at the end and changed it to other organ of state. So Chairperson, you can see the changes reflected in green as discussed by the committee. So interdepartmental structure is now corrected as indicated. The next amendment was to the definition of private residential facility, and we had amended that definition as suggested in the public submissions, and it is now reflected there in the B bill. The committee's further input into the bill was to include a definition for special care and also to include a definition for substance, because in the Older Persons Act, the word substance is used without it being defined, and we have now cross-referenced it to the definition in the Prevention of the Treatment of Substance Abuse Act, and that is reflected in the bill. So, Chairperson, those were the committee's amendments for clause 1. I am now moving on to clause 3. There were no amendments to clause 2. So as indicated, clause 2 of the bill is as in the introduced bill without any amendments. Clause 3, we amended, we added a sub-paragraph subsection 4 to section 3, and it will indicate, it's indicated as follows on the screen. And that is related to something that was very important to the committee, which was to prioritize the services provided to older persons. So that is now an amendment that the committee is proposing in the bill. Chairperson, there was no amendments to clause 4, so it remains the same. In clause 5, we had made one amendment and removed the word harmful. So previously, the sentence referred to harmful traditional practices, and now it just speaks about eliminate traditional practices, and that has been corrected. Chairperson, we have made amendments to clause 6. We changed this first line after 7A to speak about older persons' responsibilities to speak to the heading of that particular clause. So it is now been corrected. And then clause 7B, or in clause 6, section 7B, the heading was also corrected to reflect what is indicated in the provisions below. And then 7BA, that was also corrected to speak about any form of abuse. So we made that more general as opposed to speaking about one specific type of abuse. So in terms of clause 7, we made clause 6, that we made 3 changes, and it is now reflected on the screen. Chairperson, with clause 7, we made one change and we removed the words non-communicable chronic, and we've changed that to all, because we thought that the committee was of the view that there should be information, education, and counseling in respect to all diseases and not just to non-communicable chronic diseases. So that change has been made on the bill. Chairperson, we made one change in clause 8, and that relates to any person who, this is a penalty clause, so we included a penalty. So any person who contravenes that section will be guilty of an offense, and that is reflected on the screen. We have not made, or the committee has not made changes to clause 9, and it stays as introduced. In clause 10, we made one change. We changed the word may to must. So this now becomes an obligation as opposed to be a discretionary matter. So that is reflected on the screen. There were no changes to clause 11 and 12, Chairperson, so they remain the same. In clause 13, we made one change to include a new subsection, and that is also a penalty clause. So any person who contravenes section 18A will now be guilty of an offense. So that has been included in both. In clause 14, there was one correction to the Older Pensions Act. Previously, the pension was called Old Age Grant, and the correct wording is now Older Persons Grant. That is what it is now currently being referred to, and that is now reflected in the bill. In clause 15, Chairperson, we made one amendment to subsection 6. Previously, it had a sentence that says, as contemplated in section 27(1)(b) of the Social Services Professional Act 1978. That was removed because this provision already creates a penalty for social workers, and it's not necessary to refer to that act. So that is removed, and it is now correctly, that subsection is correctly stated. The next amendment was to clause 16. And this was a minor technical amendment, which this word previously said modifications with the necessary modification, and we've changed that to changes. So that is just a grammatical or a language issue that has now been changed. There were no amendments to clause 17, Chair. Chair, in clause 18, there were quite a few amendments, and this section deals with the types of abuse that is dealt with in the Older Persons Act. So these definitions were brought in line with other existing legislation to ensure that they are cross-referenced and the definitions speak to each other. So and we've also extended the types of abuse that will now be covered in terms of the act if the bill is passed and comes into operation. So we firstly removed the word psychological, and we've extended to emotional, verbal, or psychological, and there's also harassment and spiritual abuse. There was an amendment to the definition of physical abuse to extend the types of physical abuse. We've amended sexual abuse to now cross-reference the definitions of sexual penetration or sexual violation in terms of the Criminal Law Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act. We've removed the definition of psychological abuse and now included emotional, verbal, or psychological abuse, and also cross-referenced that to the Domestic Violence Act, where it is already defined. Economic abuse remains the same. We have included definitions for harassment and spiritual abuse, and those definitions are cross-referenced to the Domestic Violence Act. So it will be as found in that act, and the Older Persons Act, if this bill is passed, will now use the definitions currently existing in the Domestic Violence Act. So those were the amendments to that clause 18. Chairperson, we move on. There's no amendments to clause 19. And then the amendments to clause 20, as I discussed, we did find an error and we corrected it. And the two new offenses are 13(5) and 18(a)(4). The other ones were already included in the underlying ones were already included in the introduced bill, and the two new ones were introduced by the committee to reflect the changes made in the bill. So that is the correct penalty clause, and it will carry a sentence of a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 1 year, or both a fine and such imprisonment. And as I previously indicated, the more serious offenses, which are not amended in this bill, carry a maximum penalty of imprisonment of 5 years. So that deals with more serious offenses, and the Act already covers that. We did not make any amendments to clause 21. Our last amendment was to clause 22, and that was the transitional provision. And that was to cater for instances where a private individual who is running a community-based care or support services or similar services will be given a period of 12 months to change their business structure into a juristic person. So this is a transitional arrangement to give them the opportunity to get their affairs in order so they can comply with the law, and we give them 12 months to do so. Chairperson, the title and commencement remain the same. No changes were affected to that. And with regard to the final bit, the long title, no changes were made to the long title. So, Chairperson, those are the clauses that the committee deliberated on and discussed, and those are the amendments that were agreed to by the committee, except the one I related to the penalty, which we have indicated as to why it was corrected. And that is the bill for the committee to consider. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Sue-Ann. Honorable members, I would like to hear from you because it's all what we discussed on A list, and now it has been put and corrected as we agreed. So now it's just the name, it's B list. Can I hear from you, honorable members, whether Sue-Ann has captured all what we have said so that we can be able to adopt it? Honorable members, I'm waiting for hands. If you are unable to raise your hand in the gadget, you can speak. I will recognize your voice. Medi.
Morning,
Honorable.
Chair.
Yes, Magdalene.
Morning, everybody. Sorry, I logged in, but I did not greet anybody. Thank you, Chair, for the presentation. A lot of the things that we discussed and corrected are now in that B bill. Is it a bill or is it the A bill?
B list.
I mean B list or A list.
It's B list now. It was A list.
So we corrected all the things. Now it's a B list.
Yes.
But all those things that were discussed, because I ticked off a lot of the things that we discussed and corrected, and it is now included in the bill, I will propose that we approve this B list. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Magdalene. I also saw a hand of Honorable Nhlongo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I'll just second or support Honorable Mendy in saying let's adopt the B list as it is. Thank you.
Honorable members, B list has been adopted because it's all what we have agreed upon from the A list and now has been seconded by Honorable Nhlongo. Can we then, Lindy?
Yeah. The process now to adopt the B bill, it's for you to put the clauses. We need not to go through and read the clauses because Sue-Ann just did that. So there are about 14 clauses. You will just put clause 1, and then we get a proposer and a mover. We move to clause 3, and then etc. until we adopt the short and long title. That is a process. And then you put the entire bill for adoption, and then we have a mover and seconder. Now we're gonna go clause by clause. The first clause is clause 1, Chair. So I'll just tell you which clauses, and then you can request for a mover and seconder. Clause 1, the first clause, Chair.
Okay, as we did in the A list. So let's go to clause 1. Just flight clause 1, Lindy. It's a strenuous exercise, get that one.
Not go through to read, Chair, because Sue-Ann just did it. It's Sue-Ann was reading.
Even so, even if I'm not going to read it, I will tell. From clause 1 to 14, it's just strenuous. But let's start by clause 1. Just flight it.
Suen? I'm struggling to flight the PDF. My laptop doesn't allow me. Do you mind to assist me in this process, please, my dear?
Sorry, I just got kicked out of.
I'm
Sorry, I
unable
just
to
got kicked
flight
out of the meeting. I
PDF.
hope the committee can see the poll now.
Clause 1. Then
Chairperson, can you see the poll?
no, I see the bill, but I don't see clause 1. Just move up.
Okay. Sorry, Chair, can you see the bill? I just had a bit of a connection issue, so I'm just checking if the bill is visible.
Yes, Sue, and I see the older person's amendment bill, but I
Sure,
would
Chair,
love you to go to clause 1.
Sure, Chairperson, it is now
Thank you
on the
very
screen.
much. Clause 1, can you increase the font a little bit? Yes, thank you. That's better. Okay. Honorable members, as we did last time, we went to clause by clause. Now we have to say we adopt and then second, njalo njalo, until clause 14. Now we're on clause 1. What do we say, honorable members?
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Chair.
Adopt the amendments on clause 1.
Clause 1 has been adopted by Honorable Mhlongo. Any seconder?
I second the proposal of
No.
Honorable.
Honorable Peterson seconds. Honorable Mhlongo on clause 1. The next clause?
Clause 3, Chair.
Clause 3.
Clause 3.
Sorry, Chair. In terms of adopting the bill, we have to adopt the whole bill, including the clauses we didn't amend, to indicate that the committee accepts the clauses as
I can't hear
introduced. So
you.
we have
I'm
to
sorry, Suen. I'm sorry.
Yes,
I
Chair.
can't hear you clearly. You are as if you are
Sorry,
far
Chair.
from the mic.
Chair, can you hear me now?
Who's that?
Chair,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry, Chair. Just to indicate the process with adopting a bill, we need to adopt every clause, even the ones we did not amend, because it is to indicate the committee accepts the clauses, even if they haven't amended them. So we have to go to each clause in the bill. So clause 2 would be next.
Okay. So you are saying also clause 2 needs to also be read and be amended. I mean, and be adopted.
It doesn't need to be read. We just need to put the clause to the committee for them to adopt. So you can put it to the members and they can agree and second it. Even if we did not make any changes, it is to indicate that the committee accepts the clause as introduced without changes.
Okay, I hear you now.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. You are on clause 2.
Yes, Chair. I move for the adoption of clause 2 as we have corrected it and agreed it. Thanks.
Honorable Mangani is adopting clause 2. Any seconder?
I second the adoption of clause 2, Committee Chair. Honorable Chair, sorry.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ste. It has been seconded by Mhlongo, Honorable Mhlongo. Clause 3.
Clause 3, Peterson, I propose the adoption of clause 3.
Honorable Peterson
There
adopts
was amendment with amendments
with amendments. Yes.
because clause 3 was amended.
Yes, you are right. Any seconder?
Yes, Chair, I'm seconding Honorable Peterson.
Honorable Mangani is seconding Honorable Peterson. Clause 4.
I'm proposing for the proposing for the
Jim?
adoption of clause 4. I'm proposing for the to adopt clause 4.
Honorable Mangani is adopting clause 4 with amendments.
I second the adoption of clause 4.
Honorable Magdalene is seconding clause 4. Clause 5.
Yeah,
There is the amendment. Eliminate traditional practices.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that we adopt the amendment on section 5. On clause
Okay,
5.
Honorable Mhlongo adopts clause 5 as amended. And then
Yes,
I'll
Chair.
get the seconder. Honorable Mangani.
Yes, I'm seconding this amendment, Chair, from clause 5.
Clause 5. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Mangani. Seconds. And then clause 6.
Chair, I propose the adoption of clause 6.
With amendments. Magdalene has adopted the clause 6 with amendments. Any seconder to that one?
Chair, I second the adoption by Comrade Mendy.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. It has been seconded, clause 6 by Honorable Mhlongo. Clause 7.
Yes, Chair.
The amendment.
Yes. Yeah. All diseases.
Honorable Mangani adopts clause 7 with amendment. Any seconder to that?
I second the proposal of the adoption of clause 7.
Okay. Honorable Magdalene seconds the adoption of clause 7. Let's go to clause 8, which there was no amendment on it. It's as it is. Right? There is it on D.
Propose the adoption of clause 8 with amendment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Magdalene.
I'm seconding it because it's the one that we're dealing thoroughly with it. This of penalty.
Yes, Honorable Mangani seconds, Honorable Magdalene on clause 8. Then clause 9. Move up, Oisuen, move up. Okay, yes. There was no amendment per se on that one.
As it is.
As it is. Honorable Mangani adopts it as it is. Any seconder to Honorable Mangani? on clause 9.
I second the proposal.
Yes, adoption has been seconded by Honorable Magdalene. Clause 10, there was that must, that may, and then it was amended to be must instead of may. That was clause 10. Any person
Chair.
or any member adopts? Yes.
I'm adopting with the amendment that we have put from may to must.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mangani. Then any seconder to that? We're on 10.
I second the proposal of clause 10.
Honorable Magdalene seconds clause 10 is amended. Clause 11. As it is. Kuganye as it was.
Chairperson?
Yeah, there were no changes, Chair.
No changes, you adopt them,
Yes.
just say?
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Mangani adopts or clause 11 as it is. Any seconder?
Chairperson, I second the adoption of clause 11.
Who's that? Magdalene? Okay, Magdalene seconds clause 11 as it is. Clause 12, we're left with 2 now. Now you clause 12, it is as it is. There were no changes.
Adoption of clause 12 as it is.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peterson. Any seconder to that 12?
Seconded, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Mangani seconds is adopted by Honorable Magdalene. And then we're on 13, we're left with 1 now, which is 14.
Chairperson?
Yes.
It's Lindy, isn't it? We have 21 clauses. We are not ending in 14. Yeah,
Aibo.
Njani? There's a new clause 21. It's a new amendment. It's a new clause. So we're still gonna go up to 21, Chair. And then we do the short and long title. Thank you.
And then we do what?
The short title is stating that when this bill will commence, and then the long title, which is the purpose of the bill. It's a matter of just reading these two.
Yeah.
And then you put, and then afterwards you put the entire bill before the committee.
Now, my honorable members. We're on 13. When we say we are still close to 21.
As per the longer, Chair, I can't see because I'm outside the street. I wanted to say this clause is that one that we talk about of changing making sure that the deregistration of it should be closed and conversion to of registration of the residential community-based facility, so that it should the person should be given the owner should be given extra time to change it, because I can't read in the street. Can somebody assist me?
Deregistration. closing and revocation of registration of residential or community-based facility. Notwithstanding the provision of this section and any provision of the Act, a person designated by the Director General may close down any unregistered or illegal community-based care or residential facility. You remember who's saying yes? You remember it?
Yes, I remember
when
it.
it was said that there are these ones that are illegally
Operating.
Yeah, operating, yes. And then you take people and you put in that one. And then when maybe the officials visit the place, they discover that people are not staying in a conducive place. So they were given an opportunity to look at it. And
I propose the adoption for this laws. Yes, right, Chair.
okay, Honorable Mangani is adopting the clause as it has read. Any seconder?
I second the proposal.
And Honorable Magdalene seconds it. Clause 4.
Chairperson?
You can't hear now.
Yes.
Oh, I think you were muted. We couldn't hear you. May proceed, Chair.
Okay, I am on clause 14. Honorable members.
14A, Chair. The amendment that amend all age to older persons.
Okay.
I move for the adoption.
Honorable Mangani adopts. Any seconder?
Thanks, Chair. I support the adoption by Honorable Mangani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. On clause 14, let's go to clause 15. Clause 15, no changes. Or there is a change on 6, misuse of a power referred to in subsection 1 by a social worker employed in terms of the Public Service Act, meaning that it was the misuse of a power by the social workers or a social worker which is employed. 15. Honorable Mangani.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Section 15, I think I propose a proposal of adoption of that 15 with all the amendments.
Okay, thank you very much, Magdalene. Any seconder? Any seconder, honorable members?
Thank you, Chair. I second the adoption of the clause.
15. Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo, by seconding Honorable Magdalene. Then 16. Honorable Manganyi. Clause 16.
Yes, Chair. Yes, I propose this, the approval with the amendment, Chair.
The adoption has been
Yes,
moved by Honorable Manganyi of clause 16. Any seconder? Honorable Mhlongo?
Chairperson, I second the proposal of the adoption of clause 16.
Okay, Honorable older person, Honorable Magdalene. Okay, of 17, on clause 17. No changes, no amendments.
this one we have already agreed without amendment, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Manganyi
Mhm.
adopts it as it is. Honorable Magdalene.
I propose the adoption. I second the adoption of clause 17.
You second, Honorable Manganyi. Then Honorable clause 18, Honorable members.
Thanks, Chair. I propose that we adopt clause 18 as amended.
Honorable Mhlongo proposed the adoption as it has been amended. Clause 18. Any seconder?
I second all the sub, I don't know, A, B, C, yeah, all those amendments.
All
I'm
the
seconding.
amendments.
Yeah.
Is agreed.
C, E, D, yeah.
Thank you. That was clause 18. Now we're on clause 19. We're left with 2 only. The amendment is there. I remember we argued a lot on that one, and we were told by Advocate Chochisa that it is covered in the Domestic Violence Act, and then we agreed upon on it. Clause 18. Is it clause 19, eh? Clause 19.
Okay, sorry for speaking, sorry.
What are you saying, Honorable Manganyi?
No, I was apologizing to speak, Chair. Which
speak.
one are we?
Well, on 19.
Is on. I just want to read it. 19.
An
Yes,
application. Yes.
Yes, I'm moving for the adoption, Chair.
Okay, thank you,
As it
Honorable
is.
Manganyi. And then any seconder? Any seconder?
I second the adoption of
Magdalene seconds.
19.
Okay. And then clause 20. Hello. Hello. Section 17.
Chair, all those section 20, 13.5, 14, 18A point stroke 422 also. I'm proposing the seconder of 20,
Okay.
section 33 and 8. Chair, you have vanished again.
Chair, you can unmute yourself. I'm muted while we're busy on the phone. Chair, you can unmute yourself. Mama Ngani.
Uyandiva?
Yeah, iyavakala Chair ngoku.
Uyavakala?
I'm
Okay.
adopting 20, Chair.
As amended.
That,
Okay, it's fine. Then any seconder?
Chairperson, it's Bridget. I would like to second the adoption.
Okay, are you still around, Bridget? I
I'm
thought you.
alive.
Okay, it's fine. Thanks, Bridget, by seconding. And then the last one is 21. Any adopt? Any person who adopts it? With
Chair, I
amendment.
adopt the amendments on clause 21.
Okay. Honorable Mhlongo adopts it as amended. And then seconded by Magdalene. Thank you very much, honorable members. It's Mare. Oh, you also. I didn't hear your voice this morning. I thought you are not present in the meeting. Oh, Honorable Mare seconds the adoption of the clause 21 as it has been agreed upon by us. That was, is it the last one? 22?
So is the 22 the new clause?
Yeah, we need to adopt.
We can't hear.
Is it a new clause, Suen?
Yeah, we need to adopt the new 22 and then the short title clause 23.
Okay. Can you read it, Suen? The 22, the new clause?
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
So the new clause 22 will read, any person operating a community-based care and support service, home-based care and residential facility as a sole proprietor immediately before this act took effect, must within 12 months from the date on which this act took effect, convert the sole proprietorship to a juristic person.
Yeah, okay, now I remember that one. I remember that one when we discussed about it. And we were not sure about this juristic person. We're not sure about this juristic, but you explain to us what does it mean. And then can I get any person who adopt this?
Chairperson,
Yes.
I propose the adoption of 22
Okay.
because that is really important.
Yes. Okay, any second? Mangani seconds, clause 22. Then let's go.
Chair,
Yes.
in terms of procedure, we're supposed to start with the long title and we finish with a short title. So end the long title is where by the purpose of the bill, and then we finish by the short title, Chair. That's my understanding of the procedure.
Okay, where is the long title then? I see the short title.
It's
Chair,
at the beginning of the bill.
Chair, it's the other way
Sue-Ann,
around.
will you please, Sue-Ann, read the long title? And then, so
Chair,
that, yes,
it's the other way around. We will start with the finish with the short title, and then we'll put the long title to the members at the end, because the long title will indicate if there's any further amendments to make. So
hey man, don't confuse us. Which one exactly are we going to start with it?
You can go to
Sue-Ann, you are breaking, unfortunately. We can't hear you. You are saying we can start with the short title.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, read the short title, Sue-Ann, assist us.
Share the short title and commencement. This act will be called the Older Persons Amendment Act 2022 and takes effect on the date fixed by the President by proclamation in the Gazette. 2 different dates may, under subsection 1, be fixed in respect of different provisions of this act.
Okay. And then what do we do with that short title?
Chair, the long and short title are put before the committee for adoption as well as the clauses. So we need a mover and a seconder.
Okay, short title.
We need to approve. I propose the approval of the short title.
Okay, Magdalene proposed the adoption of the short title as read. Any seconder to that short title?
I'm seconding for the short title.
Honorable Manganyi seconds the short title. And then can we get to the long title? Oh. Honorable Sue, State Law Advisor, Sue, assist us in the long title. Lindy, what? Oh, there it is.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The long title, that's the purpose of the bill. It's the long title of this bill is to amend the Older Persons Act 2006 so as to insert new definitions, to insert new provisions relating to the monitoring and evaluation of all services to older persons, and for the removal of older persons to a temporary safe care without a court order, to tighten up the existing implementation of a compliance measure, to effect some textual amendments for greater clarity, and to provide for matters connected therewith. Chair, this is the long title of this bill for your consideration and adoption.
Okay, any honorable member? Honorable Mangani?
I move for the adoption of this long title as read.
Honorable Mangani adopts. And then any seconder to that long title? Any seconder? I don't see any hand here. I'm just stuck. Magdalene. Magdalene
second.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Peters, by seconding Honorable Mangani in the long title. What is the next step?
Chair, this is the last step after adopting the long and short title. The committee, the chairpersons, therefore put the bill as amended for now it's a B11B of 2022. So the chairperson should put the entire bill for adoption and
you.
So you don't need to
Really.
go through. You said that you just putting the older chairperson's
Okay. Okay. Thank you,
B11B.
Marlene. Thanks, Marlene. Honorable members, I put the bill
Amended.
as amended to be adopted by committee members. Can I get honorable member who adopts it as I put before you?
Thank you, Chair. I adopt the bill as put before us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. Any seconder?
I second the adoption of the bill.
Honorable Magdalene seconds the bill as put forward to them. It's like we are in a school. I am just stuck in a way that I might not understand all these process and procedures. But thanks ever so much, honorable members, to be very patient on this. It was not a very easy way to go, but we have made it. We have managed. Thank you very much. Then the next item, Lindy. At last, our bill has been.
Chairperson, my hand is first.
Now that you have adopted, oh, sorry. Chair.
My
There
hand
was
is up.
someone.
Whose hand?
It's civil, Chairperson.
Okay, civil.
Chairperson, I am very emotional at this stage, and I think I can't just step off this meeting without thanking you and all honorable members for the experience that we have had, for the sharing of the real experiences on the ground, and for the guidance that we received throughout our period of engagement across the 9 provinces with you. So I really, really want to say we truly appreciate as a team, and we really, really will hit to some of the issues that we have raised, and will continue working with the various government departments. Yesterday, we had a very progressive meeting with the World Health Organization and the Department of Health, taking forward some of the issues and the responses that the Department of Health actually tabled as they were responding to the portfolio committee. So I'm really grateful. Thank you so much. And I want to also thank our Office of the Chief State Law Advisor and also our legal rep from Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lindy and the team as well.
Thank you, thank you, Civil. It's really touching to all of us, knowing exactly that we have come a long way with this act, and it was not an easy way, especially now that we are like in a school, sub-A school. We have to be taught on how to do it and also how to approve it. It was like a workshop in a way, but we really appreciate it. That is the experience that we got out of this. And we are happy as this team, as this portfolio committee, to at least achieve and get to the end. Whilst the road was rough for us, but ultimately we will leave the legacy behind and will be able to say, ultimately, we own this, the Children's Act, and we know these clauses thoroughly on what do they mean. Even if we are not serving in this portfolio committee next semester, those that will come back will be able to explain to those that will be explaining this, because it's really very critical, especially during our time when we see older persons vulnerable in our communities. Thanks ever so much. Then indeed, the next item, it was a long way and a hard way.
Chair, I think Civil put the horse before the cart, because this is the final stage now to say we are done with the bill. It's for the committee to adopt a committee report on the bill. So now
Yeah.
it was just a B bill. Now we are really finalizing the process. Chair, after the
Yeah, I
B bill
think
has
so,
been
Lindy. Me too. I thought so that emotional and uvele Russia, but really, I think it was something that was pushing her, and then I decided to leave her
allow
and
me.
allow her, and just otherwise the report is still coming, but the report that is going to be tabled, it's something that we discuss. Nothing is going to change anything, but the reality is that we are emotionally about this thing. Thanks. We are really thanking even the team. Oyoli moving up and down, Olindi, funeka basifundise to move and all that stuff. Thank you very much, legal and state law advisors, our legal advisors, everybody. Ilizwi lombulelo ke lenziwa mva kwento zonke, kodwa ke eli liske laba lelokuqala. Thanks ever so much. Lindy, let's
Thank you,
continue.
Chairperson.
Lindy?
Chair, I think Mama Marais is saying something.
Marie? Marie? Okay, she wanted to say thank you. Can you proceed, Lindy, with the next item? Draft report.
Okay. This is the draft report of the Older Persons Amendment Bill. This report, Chair, will be ATC'd tomorrow, and the NA table may schedule a debate on the bill so that we know as the NA, we've concluded our process. So it will be referred, and the bill will be referred to the NCOP to start their process, I think, in the next administration. Chair, this is a draft report of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development on the Older Persons Amendment Bill, which is Bill 11 of 2022. This is a National Assembly bill and is tagged as Section 76. Chair, the bill, Chair, is Section 76, as was referred and classified by the Joint Taking Mechanism as Section 76. The committee reports the bill with amendments. Now it's going to be with amendments, which is the A list. Chair, this is a contextual background, the first part of the report. If you recall, the department came to make a presentation on the bill, and they gave us the context and the background that the bill, the Act, the Older Persons Act of 2026 came into operation in 2010, and since experienced the implementation challenges. Chief amongst others were the institutional coordination mechanism and compliance measures. This is all the introduction, Chair, and the background that was given during the presentation by the department. Chair, also another highlight I can just bring to your attention that this piece of legislation was gazetted because the executive has a requirement to gazette the bill for public comments before it comes to Parliament. It was gazetted in 2017, June, for 30 days in the Government Gazette number 40883 of 2017, Chair, for soliciting public comments. And then 32 public comments were received from stakeholder groupings, which comprise of NPOs, government and departments, law firms, institution of higher learning, the South African Human Rights Commission, the South African Older Persons Forum, and the general public. In overall, the majority welcomed amendments with few additions, and most comments were about definitions. Relevant inputs were considered and incorporated into the amendment bill. That was the process before the bill was introduced to Parliament, Chair. The purpose of the bill, this bill seeks to amend the Older Persons Act 2006 so as to insert new definitions, to insert new provisions relating to the monitoring and evaluation of all services to older persons, and for the removal of older persons to a temporary safe care without a court order. To also tighten up the existing implementation and compliance measures, Chair, another purpose is also to effect some textual amendments for greater clarity and to provide for matters connected therewith. Chair, if the bill has been introduced to Parliament and referred to the respective portfolio committees. So, Chair, this bill was referred, the parliamentary committees start the processes of public participation process. So, Chair, this bill was referred on the 6th of May, 2022. Chair, the committee, as part of its consultative process before the commencement of the public hearing, it invited the department to brief it on the 26th of October 2022 on the contents of the bill. Chair, also to ensure compliance with the constitutional mandate of ensuring that Parliament involves public in its legislative process, the committee advertised the bill for a period of 6 weeks, commencing the 5th of April until 16 May 2023, in the national, local, and regional newspapers, requesting public to make comments on the bill. Chair, further than that, after that, Chair, the committee conducted public hearings from 9 June to 26 June 2023 in all 9 provinces. Furthermore, it conducted a virtual public hearings on 21 February 2024 to receive oral presentation from 4 stakeholders, namely Ilita Labantu, UWC, COSATU, and Mr. Rodemeyer. Chair, after concluding the public hearings on 28 February, 3rd, 6th, 8th, and 12 March, the committee received briefings from the Departments of Health, Justice and Constitutional Development, Police, Higher Education and Training, Human Settlements, Social Development, and the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, responding to the issues raised by the public, both nationally and provincial. Chair, this is the formal stage where we are at. To explain it, the committee proceeded to the formal stage of the bill, which is a clause by clause. On 13 March, it considered and adopted an MOD, which is the motion of desirability to proceed to deliberate on the details of the bill. Chair, and then this is in line with Rule 286, subsection 4 of the National Assembly. On 20 March 2024, it deliberated on the clause by clause and then adopted the older person amendment list, which is the A list. And 27, which is today, Chair, we are here deliberating on the B version of the bill and adopted the report on the bill. So the recommendation from this committee is that we recommend that the House adopts this report and approves the second reading of the Older Persons Amendment Bill, which is B11B of 2022. Thank you. The report to be considered. Chairperson, this is the committee bill on the Older Persons Amendment Bill for your consideration and adoption. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Lindy. So we are again expected to adopt this report, this bill.
The report, Chair, the committee report on the bill. Yes,
the report on the bill. Yes, okay. Can we get an honorable member who adopts the committee report on the bill? The one that has been read by Lindy.
Chairperson,
Magdalene?
I propose the adoption of the report that was read by Lindy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Magdalene. The report of the committee on the bill has been adopted by Honorable Magdalene. Any seconder to this adoption of the committee report? Lindy, Meche?
Yes, Chair. I think I'm seconding because everything that I have had been mentioned here is the true reflection, is what was transpiring where we go. That's why I put my support on this report. The
Thank
true
you very much.
reflection of the committee.
Honorable Manganyi has second Honorable Magdalene on the committee report on the bill. Now it means that we are done. We agree on this one, Lindy.
Hooray!
Allah, Allah.
Who's saying so?
Civil Chair, excited.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Then we will take the bill to the level that it should go. And then let's go to the item 2. We still have some reports to adopt. Next
Chair,
item.
Chair, the next item is from the first to the last is an internal business. Yoli will present the legacy report, and copies are forwarded during the weekend for members to look at it because it's quite a bulky document, Chair. So it's Yoli that will take the committee through the legacy report for the current administration 2019 to 2024, Chair.
Then it means that let's excuse the officials,
Chair?
Hello?
Chair?
Hello?
Before you excuse them, I'm not taking your platform. I want to say goodbye to the officials. I will miss them, but I will get them on the ground as I will be home. Thank you. Everyone,
Okay.
Boma Sango, they
Maybe-
will come to my place.
Maybe I should have said at least any other member that would love to have a word in there, because the parliament is rising tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So we can have that opportunity of 1 minute, 1 minute. Before you are being released, officials and others.
Yeah,
One of
Chair,
them-
it was
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members.
Before you officials, let's first give over to honorable members that I would love to
Chair.
say words and Nick.
Chair, I
Yes.
was saying it was good for me working with all of you, including all the staff of our Department of Social Development, even sometimes when I was out of order, when I'm tired. But I wish you a good luck on this department. Do the work the very same way that you were dealing with the issue. Even the incoming, just treat them like you treat us. Thank you very much. I will miss you so much. Mama Sango
Thank you.
and all the opposition party that supported me when I was sick. I love you so much.
Thanks, Majay. Any other person?
Chairperson
Margaret,
Peterson.
the hand of Ms. Bridget is up. Before
Thank
you leave,
Yes, thank you so much, Chairperson, for your indulgence. I, have just been thinking as Honorable Manganye was speaking, that it actually has been a very interesting journey to be part of this committee and to have dealt with so many people at the same time. I mean, when you think of the distances that we've traveled together, all in the challenges we faced, in fact, all in the name of changing the lives or the status of the people that are categorized as vulnerable in this country. I cannot thank all the members that we've worked with enough. I am leaving that to God himself to bless you all, colleagues. But I also want to thank the officials, I mean, from the department and the agencies, one behind the scenes, away from the Wednesday meetings, one has been working flat out with especially the department itself, the civils and all the other officials and the directors and the DG, acting DG himself has been so helpful. And then SASSA, I mean, it's an everyday thing where one is getting so much support from SASSA, all the way from the CEO herself to especially Mr. Van Friede and his team. It's just been an amazing experience. And of course, our legal people have just been there all the time, both from the department and from Parliament. And there is no time in this short period that you've given us, Chair, to thank everybody enough. And as I say, I give every single one of you to the hands of God for him to bless you as you deserve. I really, really would like to thank you, Chair, for your accommodating us and for you being just patient with the different personalities that we happen to be from different parties. So thank you so much. I as I say, I can't thank everyone enough. The minister and the deputy minister, we have worked, I believe, very constructively. We have differed so much, but one was taking it from whence it comes, because it comes from all of us trying to make sure that we make our contributions to change the lives of the vulnerable people in South Africa. So thank you so much all. God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Bridget, and you can excuse yourself when necessary. You said at 11. Then who's the next one? Just to have a word.
Chairperson.
Medellin.
Yes. I came in late, but it was a pleasure meeting all you people, and it was a pleasure working with you. It was a pleasure working with the MPs. It was a pleasure working with the officials. And thank you for all the help the officials gave us. I can talk the whole day about this portfolio because it's near to my heart. Thank you very much, and I hope going forward you officials will stay the same as you are, working for the community out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Magdalene. Is there anyone who would like to have a bite on this so that we can go to the next item? Polnitz?
Yes, yes, Chairperson. Chairperson, I also would like to say this older person, Bill, I came in when the older person was already busy. And then I had to catch up and hear what is going on. For me, it was a learning curve. For me, it was a new experience. But I must say the team that I was working with, I really enjoyed working with all of them. And whatever is happening after this, I'm just very happy that this older person's bill is going to be implemented, because my mother is also a grandmother and a great-grandmother. And I can see what is happening in my own house. And that is why this bill was very personal for me. It's personal because even myself, I'm a grandmother as well. So I'm also going to that age where it's retirement. So I'm very happy about this bill. It took long. It had a lot of problems, but I must say the team that I was working with was an excellent team. You, Mavana, everyone, Bridget, everyone that I was in the committee. So it was a very good experience, and I must say I will never forget that. that I've been in this older person's bill, because it's very, very, very close to me, because in the communities we can see what's happening to the old people. So I want to thank everyone that I've been working with. Thank you so much. Even the staff from Gile, everyone. It was a pleasure working with all of you, because I know some of us are not going to come back. Some of us is coming back. We don't know what is going to happen in the future. But I must say it was really an honor and a privilege to know all of you. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Paulnit. And then, where's Alex? Is Alex with us?
I am here, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity to thank the officials. So if the officials who are online can please extend my appreciation to the ADG and to his senior management team for always being present at our committee meetings and for always being willing to answer, our questions the way they do. And also to convey our appreciation my appreciation to Minister Zulu and the DM, also for their, regular attendance on our committee meetings. We often hear how ministers don't attend committee meetings, but that is the one thing that we can't say about ours. It sounds like we're doing farewells already, but then I'll maybe keep the farewells to the other honorable colleagues, towards the end of the meeting. But, I see Isabella's on the line, so just if she can extend my appreciation to all her colleagues at DSD and at SASSA and at the NDA. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Alex. And unfortunately, Lizel is not present, and also Sukebs is not present. Stock in? Not yet. He's not in. Okay. Mhlong will be the last one from our side as honorables, and then we can give to officials. They would like to have a bite. Just 1 minute of our time. Mhlongo? I know Mhlongo might not be in now because of the network, and also she's a busy person. She's an NEC member now, so she has got many responsibility to look after. Then if it is the case, let's give over to the officials. I can see Isabel's hand, but I know that Advocate Mchochesa was already in the platform. Can we give over to Advocate?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, and good morning once again. Just a word of appreciation and saying goodbye to all the members. We have really appreciated every moment that we spent together. And thank you very much for helping us grow with the nature of the questions that you asked us and all the information that we have shared. It has actually made us to grow. We really appreciate. Let us meet again in the new phase. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. Then Isabel.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to Chairperson and honorable members. All I can say, Chairperson, is that wow, what a seasoned leadership we have seen in the committee under your leadership. I must say that when I started with the committee and when I look at who I have turned to be now, I'm not the same. I've really learned a lot. I have grown, and I'm happy that, every time when the Wednesdays come, you know that you don't just go there. You have to be prepared because you know that, the committee is keeping us on our toes. We are very grateful of the great work that you have done with us since we started with you. When we look back, we can say that really, wow, we have achieved a lot. And it is because of you, you pushed us. And I have really appreciated the fact that together we can do more. We have done it, and you will be missed. And we hope that most of you will be back and will continue, to build the South Africa that is fit for our people, that is able to improve the lives of the people. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabel. I don't see any other hand because civil has done its work when she was doing that input. Mina, from my side, I'm a grown-up person. That's one. Two, I've learned to work with different characters. And of course, that's my character, to be patient. But I learned to be more patient than ever. And because sometimes we get passion, or we get to be passionate with the work that we are doing. I discovered that I got the sisters and brothers in the committee more than colleagues. I discovered that we much have I will say bonding. I've bond with you, colleagues and honorable members and also officials. When I'm going to tackle something, I'm a too arrogant person at times, and a very, very hard person. But I've learned to be more flexible enough. I'm so happy to have a team like you, but I hope that even if we're not coming back, those that are not coming back, like myself, we will depend on how much you vote for each particular. But we are not enemies. We are coming from different parties and organizations, but we were like sisters. I don't think there is any portfolio committee who has managed to created a bond and friendship on this one. Even if we fight inside the boardroom, and when we are outside, we start to be sisters and brothers. Let's keep up that good work that we're doing. And those that will come back might not be in the social development portfolio committee, they might be in other committees. But let's keep that bond that we have created. It's not easy to have friends and also relatives, but it is easy to have enemies. I am very thankful. I don't know what to say. The officials that I sometimes fuck them up, and the officials that I sometimes get cross with them, and also I don't know, the members, the honorable members, whom I suppose take them up and down, but they were very patient to me. Thanks ever so much. Do that good work that you have done to me, even if it's not me, even if I'm not in that committee. I wish you well with your family. I wish to have a rest. We are not going to rest, Tina, until the 29th. We will meet in the field. I have managed to meet most of the people in this field and also outside in the community. So take care. Please pass our grateful and thankful words to the acting DG, understanding that he was little bit in a problem of the child, and we wish and we hope that the child is recuperating very, very fine, and pass our thanks to him and also to the minister and to the DM. It was not an easy road. It was rough outside, but we managed to keep up the closeness as much as we can. Advocates, I remember the day when I was angry with you, Advocate Ntochisa, but you took it light. you understood it, that it was part of work to not become happy at all times, but you soldier on. So I wish state law advisor and legal advisor from other entities, thank you ever so much. Be good where you are, be shine where you are, as you did during our phase. Thanks ever so much. I'm done. Otherwise, I wish to say this that I'm saying to you until the cow comes home, if it was possible. Thanks, you are recused and you are given an opportunity to go and do your work and also enjoy the Easter weekend with your families and friends. Bye.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. Bye.
Love
Thank
you
you,
all.
Chairperson, colleagues. Bye.
Members, thank you. Bye.
So,
Bye.
bye. Let's get on, Lindy. Let's go to the next item, sis. And now Zendinili Bali. Seriously speaking.
Yoli Chair is gonna take us through.
Yes, of course. Yoli.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members.
Good morning. Good morning.
It's difficult now to carry on with work after such beautiful words. Yes, Chair. Yes, greetings to the other honorable members and my colleagues. I'm just going to go through it, Chairperson, with the understanding that the members excuse me, had a chance to go to browse through it, but just mainly to say the members, I'm confident they are familiar with the content, because as the content that's the committee worked on. The Slickasy report is mainly just to reflect and to record the work that we did over the term, but I think it's mainly more important for the committee that is coming the next term, so that they can be familiar with the work that was done with this committee and areas that maybe as the new committee they'll need to focus on. So I'm just going to go through it very quickly, Chair, but if I'm losing you, please let me know, but I'm just working on understanding that the members are familiar with what is contained in this report. Just the first part, Chair, we were required just to give a highlight of the work that we've done as a committee. And in a very nutshell, Chair, I highlighted the fact that the impacts that the COVID-19 had, in the program of this committee, where we had to shift the way we work, and we were more focused in conducting oversight on the interventions that the social development portfolio implemented to assist the public out there to deal with the COVID-19 or the effects of the COVID-19. So we focused on issues of food security, the GBV, issues of sheltering, implementing of the SRD, provision of psychosocial support. So those are the issues that we dealt with, and we're working with our counterpart from the Select Committee. The other highlight of the work that we've done for the term is obviously the bills that we processed. As this committee, we did the Social Assistance Amendment Bill, the one that introduced the child support grant top-up and other provisions that were in that bill. We dealt with the Children's Amendment Bill. At least we managed to pass the foster care-related clauses into an act. And we did the Fundraising Amendment Bill, the one that merged the disaster funds. We just now passed or adopted the Older Persons Amendment Bill. We also dealt with the Children's Amendment Bill, the Private Members Bill. And just to highlight the two bills that we had to conduct extensive public work on, which is the Children's Amendment Bill and the Older Persons Amendment Bill. One thing, Chair, I thought I should really highlight that as this committee, we introduced, I can safely say that, because I don't know to what extent it is done by other committees, but I don't want to make any general assumptions on it. But I can confidently say that we introduced a new model in terms of the processing or the legislative process when we invited the departments to come and make inputs on the bills that we had, which is now the Children's Amendment Bill and the Older Persons Amendment Bill. I thought this is important, Chair, to highlight, because even the departments themselves, I don't know if the background noise is not disturbing, Chair. There's the work done in the neighborhood here, they're cutting the grass. So excuse me if there's this background noise. It is a bit disturbing me on my side. So, Chair, so we engaged in engagements with these departments, wherein they came to respond on the issues that emanated from the public participation processes, and observed how the departments themselves, they appreciated the opportunity that they came to respond, and some of them also seized the opportunity by proposing some amendments into the bill. And also when we engaged with SALGA, it was also a big moment where that led to a decision of the committee when we were doing the Children's Amendment Bill, where SALGA said they have a mandate, to make to provide facilities and infrastructure for children's services, but they reported that they were not consulted on the Children's Amendment Bill. Then the committee decided that the department must go back and consult with SALGA. That was a big moment, Chairperson, for this committee. So I just thought that that is something that definitely had to go into the legacy reports that the committee did in terms of the legislative process. When you look at the issues that the committee focused on, Chair, in line with the MTSF and the SONA priorities, we really dealt extensively with the challenge of the employment of social workers. I'm really not going to go into what we did, Chair, is all here, and the meetings that we had. We also dealt with the issues of people with disabilities. We invited the departments to come and present their work and their mandate with regard to services and employment of persons with disabilities. As I said, we look into issues of food security, the gender-based violence. We also focused on child-targeted violence and protection services, in light of the sadness and of violence against children that we continue to see. We also looked at issues of the funding of the NPOs, and also we looked at SASA and DSD in terms of their offices and their dissemination of information to the public, so that they may be aware of the services that this department or the portfolio renders, Chair. There's a whole list, Chair, that I went through all our engagements and the meetings and the reports that we did over the years. The key focus areas for now upcoming committee, they are all listed here, Chairpersons, and some of them were the issues that the committee members had raised when we were engaging, and then I noticed those and I identified as issues that should be followed upon when we have the next term, Chair. So I'm not really going to go through all of them. The members can just I'm assuming they haven't done that, they can just go through the report again. And then we have the key challenges that are emerging, the issue of natural disasters. It's something that the country and has been advised by the experts that we need to look at this and make policies and provisions for this phenomenon, because with the climate change, we'll see an increase of these natural disasters, being in terms of weather, or we saw in terms of the COVID-19 pandemic, Chairperson. So that's something that the portfolio committee or the social development portfolio, also plays a leading role in terms of the interventions when this disaster strike. There's also the persistent challenges that we see in terms of the payment of social grants, various challenges, including the frauds, the technical challenge that we saw that resulted in the non-payment of social grants. There's an issue of the status of the SASSA cards. The committee, was one of the areas of interest for the committee. And of course, the closure of the post office offices that was identified by this committee as a threat into the payment of the grants. And obviously, the ever-present or continuing increase in the social ills that we see, the rise in teenage pregnancy, we see the substance abuse, gender-based violence. And also we have now the impact of load shedding on service delivery. That is also something that going forward, it needs to be looked into, Chairperson. Hopefully that maybe we will not need to if everything changes with ESCOM, as we often hear the minister assuring us that they are working on ending load shedding. But as it is right now, Chair, it does have an impact on service delivery, and that's something to look at, and also the increase in the cost of living, which threatens food security. So that's all the areas that I could think of, Chair, that as we go forward into the next administration, we need to be mindful of these emerging challenges. Chair, I'm not going to really go through this. It's just the introduction part and what the department is and what its mandate is and the entities that fall under the department. I'm just going to pass this one, Chair, and also us as a committee, what our function is and the purpose of that. Chair, these are the statistics. It's more the administrative. Okay, maybe I should mention that the report is divided into two. The first part is more administrative, which was compiled by Mrs. Lindiwe. The second part of it, some sections are more content related, which I then worked on. So it's a report that was compiled by Mrs. Lindiwe and I. So this is just the statistics on the key activities that the committee did, as they are now reflected on this, the meetings held, the overseas trip that we had, the study tours, and all of that information, Chair, is captured here in terms of the statistics. Okay, the legislation, I already mentioned it, Chair, but here we were required just to put them in the table to reflect the years that we processed particular legislation. So I'm just going to pass this one, Chair. I just spoke to it earlier in my highlights. Then we had to now provide the challenges that we encountered when we were processing the legislation before us. And Chair, the members are very aware of all the challenges that we experienced when it came to the Children's Amendment Bill, from the tabling of it, being tabled and tagged in not in a as a JR 159 that was only for information purposes, and then the department had to go back and and table it in the correct format. So all of that work, that was still when Minister now Gungubele was still the chairperson, and also it was a big bill that we had to get legal advice from the department and committee whether to proceed with it as in its entirety as introduced, or to split the bill, which eventually we processed the bill in its entirety. Then later on, Chairperson, we got another advice that we needed only to focus on the foster care related clauses because of the time frame or time constraints that we had, because the court deadline was close or was looming. So we had to now leave the other clauses and focus on the foster care related clauses, Chair. I'm just highlighting the key challenges that we had with this Children's Amendment Bill. We also, when we were conducting public hearings, it was during the time where there were still some lockdown restrictions in terms of the traveling. So we had to, at some point, had to pause, because the country had to lock down. We had started the public hearings, we had to pause for a while. At some point, Chair, there was local government elections that we had to also pause to allow members to go, and Parliament had to adjourn. So those are the other challenges that we had when it comes to public hearings, and also the fact that we had to conduct the public hearings, the national ones at least, virtually, Chair, because of the travel restrictions. And also we had like I said in the beginning, the saga when it came to the committee, and then it reported that it was not consulted, especially with the ECD related clauses, because it has a constitutional mandate to provide certain services for children with regard to one of them being the ECD. And then they had some legal advice, which I've already alluded to that, Chair. And also the other challenge that came when the ECD function had to migrate to the Department of Basic Education. And then again, we received a legal advice that the committee cannot legislate on clauses that it, as a committee, it won't conduct oversight over them, because they will now fall to a different sector, which is now the basic education. So now as a committee, we had to take a decision then to reject those clauses. So that's another challenge that emanated from that processing of the bill, as far as the technical aspects of the challenges are concerned. And then content-related challenges is the one I just spoke to, also about the court order, and that we had to prioritize the foster care related clauses. And there were other clauses that were proposed by members of the committee, mainly from the opposition. And the whole discussion around that, Chairperson, the members are aware of that. I'm not going to go into details. That at the end, when the report was before the committee with regard to that amendment bill that only focused on the foster care related clauses, we have these members that are reflected here who did not adopt the report, and the reasons were given, and they're all detailed in the committee report on the bill. But so I didn't add them here, because they're just going to make the report even longer than it is now, but at least they are recorded in the committee bill, in the report on the committee, in the committee bill on the report, what the objections were, Chairperson. Then there was also the issue about the remaining clauses being held in abeyance, that they will be considered as a committee bill in the next Parliament. So we also received, then in acting on that advice, then the committee had a briefing, or drafters from Parliament then came and presented to the committee the whole process that the committee will have to undertake when it drafts and considers a committee bill. So I'm not going to really go through them, Chair. I just put them here. Like I said, this report is, yes, for this committee to reflect on the work done, but also for the one coming to know, what challenges or what work was done with the S2R committee. So this is what the presentation was about, but mainly to say, at this moment, that Children's Amendment Bill is not, using her words, is not in the radar of Parliament. So meaning it doesn't exist right now. Its status is that it's not in the radar of Parliament. It is up to the next committee appetite to revive it, or to reintroduce it, not revive, to reintroduce it, based on that committee's interest, but also to say to the members, I, myself, Lindy, and the drafters will also work together, assist that committee, explain issues to that committee, and go and take them through a decision that was taken by this committee and the reasons why the committee came to that decision. And also what steps it will have to take then to reintroduce this bill from the scratch. So that's in essence what this is all about, Chair, and what is involved in drafting in reintroducing the Children's Amendment Bill. There's clauses that were not considered by this committee. And okay, let's see. And then this highlights that even the department has a bigger role to play when now the coming committee considers this bill. And also there was emphasis that this bill has to be, the clauses, they have to be backed up or supported by a policy. So where there is a policy, then at least that the legal drafters can draft, but where there's no policy on the particular clause, then a policy has to be developed first before that clause can be put into the bill. So that's also the key emphasis that the advocate Van der Merwe put into the committee, and that policy, of course, has to be thoroughly researched and developed for that clause. Okay, these are all the steps that are taken. We also considered, Chair, the Children's Amendment Bill, the Private Members Bill, which the committee adopted a MOD not to proceed with it. Chair, I'm not sure where it is now. No, not here. I just wanted to highlight, there's a section that highlights the implications of this committee bill if the committee coming proceeds with it as a committee bill. Like I said, it requires a policy to be developed. It requires extensive research to be conducted so that the policy can be developed. And if you look at the capacity of the committee, it's just Xavier and I. So the capacity is very, very limited for us to do that. And we are also not in the ground to understand all the nuances in terms of the issues that the policy must address. So there's that now implication to us, and something that the upcoming committee has to be mindful of, that I don't have that capacity, and the researcher doesn't have that capacity. We have a department that is fully fledged, has fully fledged units, and they have the whole team that develop policies, and they are in a better position to develop policies. So that's something that the committee coming has to really look into, Chair. And the fact that some of the policies that the department had reported to us, they are not yet approved, like the white paper on families, which will speak to some of the clauses, like the clause related to the rights of fathers. That particular white paper is the one that was identified as critical in terms of the committee being able to consider those clauses. So that white paper remains still a draft, and other policies that the committee also dealt with last week that still remain in the draft format. So those are the policies that may be important for this committee bill, if it has to be the committee, the coming one, proceed with that bill. But that's something that we will present to the committee that's coming, and they will then make a decision on that. We also had the Older Persons Amendment Bill. The challenges there, we had a serious issue when it comes to mobilization, Chair, where in some districts, it was reported that no public education was conducted. And because of that, now they were deprived the opportunity to have a meaningful engagement with the committee, in Eastern Cape, in KwaZulu-Natal, and Western Cape, where it was reported. So I've put this one because it affected or impacted on the public having a meaningful input into the bill. Actually, where Chairperson, there was in provinces where there was education that was conducted, one could tell from the inputs that were coming from the public that at least they were educated about this bill. But in other provinces or other districts, not really provinces, because in some provinces we have 1 or 2 districts that mobilization was done, in other districts it wasn't done. So there was that challenge that I thought I need to highlight here, that we had that challenge when it comes to education and mobilization of the public on this bill, on the Older Persons Bill. On the Children's Amendment Bill, we really didn't have this challenge because we worked very well with that unit that conducts public mobilization. Okay, Chair, I've already touched on this one. What are the issues for follow-up? I've already touched on that, the challenge of capacity. And also what I didn't mention is that there is a court judgment dated 29 June 2023, where in it was found that the Section 40 of the Children's Act is not constitutional with regards to parents of the same sex having to have children or adopt children. The Act only limited to married couples. So that court order then ordered the department to rectify this, and a time frame was given of 24 months for this to be remedied. And that means then because the department had already, fortunately, had already accommodated that in the Children's Amendment Bill that was before the committee. I'm using was because now it's no longer there, because it was decided that it will be considered later. So there is that amendment to Section 40 that now has a court deadline, similarly to the foster care clauses. Now we have this Section 40 that has a court deadline of 24 months. But the good thing is the department had already drafted an amendment to that section, which now is in that bill. So the coming committee has now to consider this court deadline that is now will be before it in terms of considering this Children's Amendment Bill. Yes, Chair, I'm just going to go through that. I've already these are the issues that emanated when we're doing the public hearings that have no policy provisions on them. So that is something that the coming committee needs to consider, and the fact that the department doesn't have any policies on this. And also there's this one of the genital mutilation. It also involves the Department of Health. So that you need a lot of engagement on this aspect, same as the one on baby savers. Chairperson, that will need also the justice sector to be involved, and other departments, the police, because as it is right now, child abandonment is a criminal offense. Go to the oversight trips. There's one that the committee undertook when it went to KZN. I was not part of this oversight because of ill health, but I understand the committee had a very fruitful oversight. Went to KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. This was in the aftermath of the July, what was the right phrasing of it now? Was it uprisings, crisis? Yes, what happened in July 2021 in KZN and Gauteng. So the committee went there to basically see the extent of the damage to the infrastructure in those two provinces, Chairperson. I think then the Chairperson was still on Minister Pungubele at the time. So these are all the recommendations. This information is contained in the oversight report of the committee chair. So, and that's why I'm not going through it, just to save time. Then we had the study tour that we went to Canada. And we learned the lessons there, and those are also contained in the committee report, which this committee adopted. I'm gonna just pass through it, Chair. We didn't have any international agreements. With regards to statutory appointments, we did the recruitment of the Central Drug Authority, the board members. We worked very well with the Select Committee on social services and on health and social services with the late Honorable Gillian. Okay, what else? Okay, when it came to the technical challenges within this process, I think the one main one was when we received a letter of complaint from Mr. Sean Shelley, who believed that he had the expertise and knowledge and qualification to, and I think some of the members of the subcommittee had nominated his name, or yes, but at the end he was not shortlisted. And also he felt that the people who were shortlisted were not really qualified, they're not informed in terms of the harm reduction and various forms of treatment for substance abuse. But we did receive an advice from the legal people that no, what he raised as a complaint was not a requirement in terms of the advert for appointment, for nominations. So then they said then there was no case in terms of that. Then also there was a situation where the minister requested the two committees to consider an additional member into the one that they had recommended to the minister because two candidates were not appointed. One, the minister had reservations on that candidate, but the legal opinion was that the subcommittee can engage with the minister, and also it was still within her legal, right to appoint 11 candidates because the act says up to 13. So even if it's 11, the legal advice was that it's still within her right to do so. Okay, Chair, what else? Petitions, we had two, one from the community of Tembisa, who raised their concerns with regards to the SASSA offices in Tembisa that is not conducive, for the public, that is small, and they were petitioning that a committee engages SASSA in terms of improvements in that office in terms of infrastructure. So we had that petition and we invited the petitioner to come, and also SASSA responded to their petition. We also had a petition on unemployed social work movement, calling for the employment of social workers or the social work graduates. So that the committee also considered that petition, and the department responded to the petitioner who presented their case to the committee. Okay, the other one is just the BRRR that we've considered every end of the year when we're doing the annual reports. So that one was that. Okay, I think I've already alluded to this one, Chair, just the template that we needed to populate, but I've already spoken into some of the issues that are covered here. Yes. Oh, and then there's the turnaround strategy of the NDA, which at least we were told last week that it was approved by the board, that the NDA has a board. So it's up to them, the next committee, to conduct oversight over its implementation. Okay, other matters that were referred to the committee, we have Mr. Harrison, who had written to the committee calling for measures to curb the abuse of alcohol because it is linked to gender-based violence. And he was invited to come and present his case to the committee, which he did, and minutes were produced on that. Okay, then going forward, Chairperson, the recommendations, these are the recommendations that I took from, if you remember that we had a workshop with the department, which was a very useful workshop, and some issues emanated there that the committee then made recommendations on them, and these recommendations are contained in the report of that workshop. So I've taken those recommendations because I thought they are very good for the one committee coming in the next administration. Chairperson, that's the end of the legacy report that we are putting before the committee to adopt, and then I will just attach the strategic plan and the master attendance list of the members as it is required for this process, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Yoli. You also reminded me of other things that I forgot about them. But that's the report, honorable members. What do we say about it? Members?
Chairperson, my hand's up. Can I speak?
Yes.
So firstly, thank you to Yoli for putting together the legacy report. I just would like to, if the committee supports it, under, I think it's the key challenges that's emerging, page 5. We do does speak about, that we spoke a lot about, the payment of social grants. But I think something else when it comes to SASSA that this committee paid quite a lot of attention to, and that is just to mention either in this point or a separate point, the long queues at SASSA and the sleeping outside of the grant recipients. I feel that those 2 points, if we're going to, when it comes to SASSA, is something that was consistent throughout the term and that the committee members raised throughout the term. The issue of queuing at SASSA and the issue of sleeping outside SASSA. Then also, I think it's then page 6, also under key challenges emerging. So I accept that it's grouped there as escalating increases in social ills. And then it's listed gender-based violence, substance and drug abuse, and teen pregnancy. However, Chairperson, I feel strongly that we also do just need to include the escalating, abuse and neglect of children as a separate wording under that line, because, I don't know, you have to be living under a rock to not see the daily onslaught of children, whether they are going missing now, whether they are being sold, and, the children, it just seems that they are becoming just a commodity in this country. And I just feel it important that we actually just list them separately under that line. And then, Chairperson, Yoli will have to guide me. Something else that I feel strongly about that needs to be mentioned, and I don't know if we mention it under each of the public hearings when it comes to CAB, and then when it comes to the older persons bill, or if we include it under the emerging challenges. But one thing that's, of all the things that have stuck with me from the public hearings on both bills, the one thing that just came over and over and over was the abuse of grants. The child support grant being abused, whether it's by the person it's being paid to, and the poor children not even seeing, a cent of that money for their schooling. whatever it was, it just came up over and over, the abuse of the child support grant, and also in the few public hearings that I was on for the older persons grant, that their grant, that their own children turn on them when they have to go and draw this grant, because they become, what was the one analogy they used? They almost become hostages in their own homes, when they have to draw their grant, and then sometimes they don't even see a cent of their grant because it gets hijacked by their family members. So that was just the three things that I feel that if the other members are in agreement, if we can't please just put into the legacy report as matters arising. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Alex. I don't see any other hand then. Then Yoli.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. Sorry, Chair. Sorry. Yes, thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Abrams. I have included your inputs. The one about long queues, I just added under the challenges in terms of payment of social grants. I have made the child targeted violence and abuse as part of the increasing social ills. And I'm just gonna, after this, phrase what you just raised, which is very important. The abuse of in the child support grant and other persons grant. I'm just gonna phrase this afterwards when I'm more focused. So I've noted that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yoli. I also agree that it's things that we're raising them time and again in terms of the long queues and the abuse of children. Then do we have to adopt and consider the legacy report?
Yes, please, Chair.
And it needs to be seconded.
So, Chairperson, I move for the adoption of the legacy report.
With amendments that you have added.
Amendments.
Thank you. Alex has moved. And then any seconder to the adoption? Honorable members, are you still in the meeting?
Chairperson, I second the adoption of the report.
Yeah, Magdalene seconds. Yes, it was a long report. Of course, it's a terms report, and it's our legacy that we have to remember on it. How I wish that I can get a copy, only I don't know how, but it is necessary to have it.
It was forwarded to the members, Chair, but I can forward to you on the side. But this is still the forwarded them. I know it was a whole list of reports. You might have missed it.
I'm talking about the hard copy, not the thing that is forwarded. You are paperless conscious now. Okay.
Okay, just sorry about that.
Okay, no, it's fine. Then the next item. Thanks, Yuli. Lindy, the next item?
Chair, the next item is the consideration of the annual report, which is from January, and will also include the first 3 months to date until the 27th of March. And this report was jointly compiled by myself and Yoli, but the first part of the report is substantive. If I beg your indulgence, Chair, for you to take us through the first part. I've sent it out, but I didn't think so. Chair. Can I fly it from my side?
Yes.
I don't know whether my request is accepted, or do you want me to go through the report, including the overview by Yoli? Because I've requested the first part because it's done by Yoli and it's more of a content nature.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't see it. My apologies. Okay, Chairperson, this part it's where I drafted an overview for the year on your behalf, just highlighting, what we did. So the first part is basically that as a committee we need to draft an annual report as per the NA rule of its activities for the year, which now is January 2023 to December 2023. However, I think some of it I've already spoken to a chairperson in the legacy report because we're just highlighting what the committee focused on in this term. So I think I've already spoken to that, Chair. And also the fact that we held that workshop with the social development portfolio. So when we went through all the work that the department does, and the committee had an engagement with the portfolio chairperson, and the very important issues that we raised there that are contained in the report, and some of them also involved issue of interdependencies that affect the department's meeting its target, or let's say service delivery. So that report also details all of that engagement. And also what we focus on, Chair, I think it's just because these reports are speaking to the same time period, just that one focuses on the year. So the issue is almost the same, Chairperson. So I don't know if I should go through all of that again. And then we did a Children's Amendment Bill. And also we considered the Section 32 reports, Chair, which we did on a quarterly basis, which we just did adopt some of the report that we will adopt some of the reports today, others were adopted already. Yes, Chair, I think in essence, I've already touched on some of the issues that I identified as an overview on your behalf in terms of the work of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Can I proceed with the stats, Chair?
Yes, Lindy.
Okay. Thanks very much, Chair and Yoli. Chair, this part, it's more of statistics in nature, comprised of the membership members that served in this committee this year, as well, Chair, and the mandate of the strategic priority of the committee, which is the role is to pass it, consider and legislation refer to it, and facilitate public participation, also conduct oversight of any organ of state, and we also facilitate the appointment of candidates to entities, and also international agreements, Chair, and also we also consider the budget of the department and entities following within this portfolio committee, Chair. And also this year there were two legislation that committee considered, which is the Older Persons Bill, and then the date for public hearing was the 2nd to the 26th of November. And also we've considered the report on the 26th. And then today we were adopting the B bill as well as the committee report. There was a private members bill, Chair, on Children's Amendment Bill, where it committee received on the 15th, on the 13th of July. It was referred on the 13th of July, Chair, and then we invited Member Masango to present the bill, and then the report was adopted on the 29th of November, Chair. Also, we didn't have any oversight trips for the current year. As well, Chair, as we know that we have to pass budget. Chair, we did pass the annual performance plans of the DSD, SASSA, and NTA. The dates for the meetings were 3rd and 5th of May, 2023. And then we adopted the report, Chair, on the APPs on the 10th of May, and then 12th of May, it was ATC. And then, Chair, we conducted the strategic workshop in Gauteng, 29-30 March 2023, Chair. And then the report was adopted on the 10th of May. And then it was published in the ATC on the 12th. And then the costs were 220, Chair. We didn't attend any conference, Chair, seminars or workshop, Chair. On the current year, Chair. There was only one international study tour the committee embarked on from 16 to 26 June 2023. Chair, the committee went to Canada to learn best practices on the provision of services and care for older persons and the varied roles played by different components of government in the provision of these services. And then there was an analysis made by Yoli Chair, and I think in the report that was adopted by this committee on the 29th of November 2023, it was clearly articulated what was the analysis of the study tour in terms of government priorities and outcome. Chair, it was ATC on the 1st of December 2023, Chair. There are 32 meetings held from January 2023 until today, Chair, at no cost. And then we adopted minutes as indicated in various dates. We'll only have one set of minutes that won't be adopted is today's meeting, Chair. There was only a public hearing, Chair, to 9 provinces on the older persons started on the 2nd to 5th in Limpopo, and then we adopted the report, all the reports of provincial hearings, Chair, on the 21 of February 2024. These are the cost estimates per province, Chair, and we conducted and had our final public hearing, Chair, in the I think it's in the Northwest from 24 to 26 November 2023, Chair. The costs are reflected. Chair, we passed 32 sectional reports, Chair, as the compliance of this committee, Chair, and these reports will be tabled before the committee. I think because of the processes the committee was embarked on with the legislation, so we delayed to pass to adopt these reports. Firstly is the 4th quarter report, Chair, the 1st quarter report, Chair, that we had a meeting on the 20th of September, Chair. They are the last 2 reports the committee considered last week. The 2nd and the 3rd, Chair, is scheduled for adoption after this report, Chair. The committee also, as one of the mandates to consider the annual reports. On the 29th of September 2023, the annual reports of SASSA, DSD, and NTA were referred to the committee, and then the committee scheduled a meeting to consider them on the 11th and 13th of October, and then on the 18th of October, the committee adopted the reports of the DSD and its entity, and then it was subsequently ATC'd for publication on the 19th of October, Chair, 2023, Chair. Safe to say that, Chair, we don't have any information on entities reported to the department as well. And then there was also no application that were not approved. We didn't receive any sponsor as this committee, Chair. There were no papers referred to us for the current financial year, Chair. Also, no papers referred for consideration and information. Chair, this is the support team under the management of Mr. Bandi, our unit manager, Yoli, myself, Sia, Tandi, Fungile, and we have our media liaison person, Chair, who is Faith Ndenze. Chair, this is the committee on the report, the annual report, Chair, for this committee for its consideration and adoption. Over to you, Chairperson, to facilitate the adoption process.
Thank you, Lindy and Yoli. Thanks ever so much. All what you have listed, it's things that we still remember and also know about them. Then I'll give over for the members to adopt this yearly report.
Chairperson?
Yes.
Alexia. Chairperson,
Alex.
I'm a little confused because if this is our committee annual report for 2023, where are all the other annual reports? Because I don't recall adopting an annual report in this format for 2029, 2019, 2020, etc., etc. And I say that because I feel like I would have remembered having seen the CAB public hearings and the costs related to that. So I'm just confused why we now only adopting a report for 2023. Where are all the other reports that we adopted for the previous years, where we get to see a breakdown of everything, where we, example, get to see the breakdown of how much we spent at the TUDG, all those committee meetings we went to TUDG and things like that.
Okay. Lindy, what?
I chair. We the past years we were not doing any annual reports for all the committees, chair. But this year we received a directive from the management that we need to produce the annual report for the financial for this year. So for other years there was no responsibility for the committee to compile the reports. It's only last year where we received such directive to compile the reports. So that is the response I can provide to Mamu Abrams, but there were no reports for other previous years.
And sorry, Chairperson, so is this going to be the standard practice, going forward?
I think so, Chair. I think so, Mama, that going forward there will be annual reports.
Definitely, Alex. Because even myself, at first, I thought that it is because it's the end of the term. Otherwise, the reality of the matter, I had that question that you are asking myself. But now that Lindiwe has clarified it, it's seemingly that it's going to be something that is continuing from now onwards. I think the administration is trying to improve in the way they do things. So this one is for 2023, ne? 2023, 2024.
Yes, it's 2023 and include the first term of 2024. Normally, it was supposed to be a calendar year, which is January to December. Now that it is the final, is the last term of Parliament. So we included the last 3 months of this committee so that it falls within that annual report for the activities to also be reflected and adopted by this committee.
Okay. Are you clear, Alex?
I'm clear, Chairperson.
It was supposed to have been like that. It's just that even ourselves as members of Parliament, we never raise it to the administration until the administration saw it necessary that it is critical for the committees to do it. So it's the beginning of the process.
Accountability.
Yes, in a way, yes. Because even myself, I was like, what is it now? What is it now happening? And how are we going to do it? Are we going to sustain it? Seemingly, those that will come back have to be watchdogs and look at it. And it's nice that at least it's going to continue. So as to reflect on what we have done over there. Thank you. What do we say on this report?
Sorry, Chair, before we proceed, there is a bit of a challenge. There's only 5 members in the platform. We only need 1 member to make a quorum. I don't see Mamu Manganye and Mamu Hlongo. Can I quickly try to phone them to rejoin?
Okay. Yeah, this thing of the glitch and network.
And then, Chairperson, while Lindy's phoning them, I just see there's 2 There's two costs that aren't included in this report, and that's the overseas trip cost and then the KZN public hearing. It's just blank next to those. We maybe get a response as to why those two costs aren't included. Because everywhere else it says no costs, except for those two, trip, like overseas trip, and then for KZN's public hearing is outstanding.
That one, Fungile must at least assist on it. He knows exactly how much we spent by over that. Fungile?
Hello, Chair.
Molo.
Molo, Chair, kunjani?
Khona kunjani?
Ngiyaphila. If I can respond, Chair, if Mr. Abrahams can see on the first one, it says it's 800 and something, Eastern Cape and KZN, because it was combined.
Okay, I see that. And then the other one?
For the Canada one.
Yes. Because
then
we had that one.
Oh, okay. So Sislin might respond to that one because okay.
It's just that I can't remember, but there was a total amount of expenditure. As a result, Galuk, remember, it was said it's too much for members to go, all of them. Let us reduce the number of people that will go. And then it went down because they said it can't be more than 350. Hello.
Chairperson, can we move to the next report, because Ufungile is the responsible one to with rents and send off the actual money spent. Maybe he can look in his files to assist the committee in this regard. So maybe we can take to the next report and then we'll revert back when he's got the amount.
Did you manage to get members? Two of
yes,
them?
Chair Magan is in. Yes, we can proceed, Chair.
Okay. Ufungile has got the 5. And I know for a fact it's just that my memory is weak. Otherwise, let us have it correct and be inserted in that report.
Okay, no, I'll have a look at it now, Chair. I'll come back.
Okay. Let's continue with the other report so as not to. Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much, Alex, in noting those ones.
Chair, the next report for consideration adoption, Chair, is the 4th term quarterly report of the SD Chair, which is 2022-2023. Yoli will flight the report. Do you have it, Yoli, in front of you, or can I assist? The 4th term.
I think this is the one, yes. Let's go straight up so that members can see it. Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair, once more for this opportunity. And I think I'm just going to do, with your permission, what we normally do when we do these reports, just go straight to the deliberations, Chair, because the rest of the report is basically what the committee considered before or when it was engaging with the department. So that is the information that was presented to the committee, but I've just then put here as a report of the committee. So Okay, there it is. Just to say before that, sorry, Chair, this report we considered, we had a presentation on, sorry about this jumping around, Chair, my apologies. Oh yes, the 31st of May, that's when we received the presentation. But as Sister Lindy explained, we had legislation before us, so we prioritized the legislation, so hence it's as the chairperson would say, it's daily. But we then have the opportunity to adopt it, Chair. Okay, I think the first concern that was raised when we were doing this quarterly report was that of the finalization of the bills, because there was a number of bills that were put in the presentation, or the department reported on those bills that in the draft format, some were with the submitted to cabinet, so they're in various stages. So the committee was concerned that it was now the last year of the term of this administration, which now we're concluding today, that the committee may not have time to go through those bills. So it was concerned that they are in terms of the finalization of these bills in this term, which now we obviously know that these bills have not been finalized. So, and also I wanted to know when will the department finalize the NPO bill and also the other bills. So the department explained that the NPO bill was tabled in cabinet. It was, however, withdrawn because of the promulgation of the General Law Amendment Act, which then rendered the NPO bill obsolete. So this General Laws Amendment Act covers some of the amendments that in the NPO bill would have proposed. So hence then the department then reported that this NPO bill then became obsolete. So the issues of money laundering are already covered in that General Laws Amendment Act. Then in terms of the entity oversight, the committee noted that the department reported it met its quarterly target of implementing the entity oversight framework. However, it was concerned that service delivery challenges such as overcrowding at SASSA offices, lack of queue management, impact of load shedding, and the challenges in terms of the post office closing, and also the technical challenges of at Post Bank, they continue to plague SASSA. So the concern was that even if there is this entity oversight and it reported on meeting its target, however, challenges regarding to SASSA, they still persist. Then the department reported that there is a technical committee that the ministers and officials of DSD and the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, they sit on to address all the inefficiencies in the payment of social grants, particularly the challenges experienced at SAPO and Post Bank. Then it was proposed that there should be a specific clear plan of action developed by the DSD and SASSA to address these challenges. So this technical committee then proposed that there should be that action plan. So that's what was reported in terms of how this concern was responded to, Chair. The committee also reiterated its concern with regard to the high levels of substance abuse and gangsterism in teenage pregnancy, and that these social ills, they are interrelated when you look at substance abuse, gangsterism, and teenage pregnancy. So it wanted to know if the department conducts an impact analysis, or it has conducted it, in terms of the implementation of the anti-gangsterism strategy in high-risk areas. The department responded that South Africa has a broad anti-gangsterism strategy that is led by SAPS. Then the departments are then required to develop their own strategies, aligning them to their respective mandates. Hence, then the Department of Social Development developed its own anti-gangsterism strategy. And so their strategy it applies to the non-performing schools because of substance abuse. And in this regard, it works with the Department of Basic Education, and that the SAPS has a mandate then to implement the broader anti-gangsterism strategy. So the one that is the DSD is involved in, which is the one of the anti-gangsterism at schools, it is monitored by the Department of Basic Education. With regards to the substance abuse, it reported that there are 13 state-owned centers in all the provinces, and the department has implemented a standardized treatment to all of these. And it has also trained social workers to work with evidence-based programs, which is referred to UTC, that is internationally accredited program. With regards to food security, I wanted to know if the department conducts assessments to identify areas with high child malnutrition levels and what sources it uses to identify these areas. The department acknowledged that child malnutrition rates are increasing in the country and reported that it works with DBE to measure the number of children who visit healthcare facilities because of child malnutrition. And it also, and then in most affected districts, it is part of the multi-departmental committees that provide services and interventions to these children. Then also these multi-departmental committees, they have some data sets that they use to identify these children. Okay, with regard to SRD grant, the committee wanted to know the reasons behind the slow uptake of the SRD grant. That 9.7 billion saved on this grant was worrisome, even though there's still a high levels of appeals not finalized and payments not made to applicants who were approved. The department replied that regarding this 9.7 billion that was saved, that the National Treasury allocated the budget based on the estimated numbers provided by DSD to the National Treasury. Then the estimates that were used were based on the previous payment, which was 11 million beneficiaries. However, with the revised stringent regulations that excluded a lot of applicants, only 7 million beneficiaries were paid. So with the September budget adjustment, the money was taken over by National Treasury to fund other pressing priorities of the country. Then the implementation of the SRD grant in 2020, when it was started, it was done in a manner that was all-inclusive in terms of the implementation, but as the grant continued to be implemented, then the department now had to develop or to introduce a criteria, or let's say regulations for those who qualify for the grant. And this was as per the advice of the National Treasury, considering the fiscal constraints of the country. And also it reported that there were instances that people were receiving the grant illegally. And also there's been in about 10% of people who migrated out of the grant. The department had made a request to National Treasury to increase the value of the grant, but that request was rejected. So it was all in response to the concern of the 9.7 billion that was taken back to National Treasury. Then in terms of NPO compliance, the committee wanted to know that besides the training given to NPOs, does the department have a program to assist NPOs to comply with the NPO Act requirements? And what are the reasons that complying NPOs are not funded? And also the committee wanted to know how the grey listing of the country had a bearing on the work of the department. And regarding capacity building of the NPOs, the department reported that it launched a Know Your Status campaign, mainly in Western Cape, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal, and that the NPO requires the department to conduct capacity building to the newly registered NPOs. Then departmental officials also conduct on-site assistance. The NTA also provides capacity building. Then the South African Institute for Business has also been working with the department to assist in this regard. The department also had developed a model in which developed NPOs should assist about 20 small NPOs. With regard to harm reduction, the committee sought clarity on what the harm reduction fund is. Then the department explained that it had developed a prevention of and treatment of substance abuse disorder policy, but there was no mechanism for fundraising to fund substance abuse. The policy was then amended to include a chapter on alcohol harm reduction fund for fundraising. So that policy was then submitted to Cabinet. With regard to social welfare index, the committee wanted to know when it would go live. The department explained that the commitment for 2022-2023 was to develop the index, and this index was for the first time in the country. A concept document was concluded, and the document provides guidance on how these indexes are designed and which best practice that can be implemented in South Africa. Then the next stage will be to cost the agreed option or the best practice. Then they promised to forward the report once it's finalized to the committee. Some of this question was not responded to. When will this policy be finalized on linking CSG beneficiaries? This one was not responded to, but I think with the latest quarter that we received a briefing on, we did get some report on this one, and the committee did raise a concern that all these policies still remain a draft, including this one. Then the committee wanted to know where and how people can apply for the Extended Public Works Program, and that's the stipend that is being paid is not sustainable. And even though the minimum wage of the country is 3,500, the stipend is only 1.5. Then the department explained that the payment of EPWP workers is regulated by Department of Labor and Employment, which is 112 a day. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is the one that's responsible for advertisement and recruitment, and it works closely with municipalities. Then with regard to the expenditure reports, it was just a clarity-seeking questions in terms of the difference between what is reported on the National Treasury documents and of the on the expenditure reports of the departments in the presentation. Then the department explained that the Section 32 reports of National Treasury do not include the virements that the department makes between the programs. These are submitted at a later stage to National Treasury. Then the committee raised a concern in terms of the delays in the establishment of the inspectorate, that it has been 7 years now that it has not been established. Then the next one, it also wanted to know the reasons the framework, the sustainable livelihood framework, was not submitted to Cabinet for approval. This is concerning considering rise of cost of living. And the department explained that the framework is a tool that the community development practitioners use to empower communities, and it did not need to be submitted to Cabinet. But after it was revised, the department was requested to submit it to Cabinet. Then it acknowledged that there were delays in finalizing it and apologized on it. But it was reported, Chairperson, with the presentations that we had last week, which I'm gonna give a response when I do the report on quarter 2 and 3 that we considered last week, Chair. This concern was also raised and the department responded to it, Chairperson. This is now the report of the 4th quarter of the previous financial year, Chairperson, for adoption by the committee.
Okay, Yoli, thank you very much. Yoli, sure. Ziyabuya. You have to take your mind back and think about all what has been reported and happened, but you are reminding us in some of other things. Can I give over to the honorable members to interact with this report? I received a message from Honorable Nhlongo saying that she requests to be excused. So if Mamangani has managed to log in again, can we then give over to Fungile to give us the total amount of expenditure in Canada and then start with the first report?
Chair, can't we adopt this one, seeing as we've just gone through this one? And then go back?
Okay, it's fine. Fine, even that approach.
I'd like to move for the adoption of the fourth quarter report for the last financial year. I've gotten that right. Yeah.
Thank you, Alex. Any second to?
I second Honorable Alex.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mangani. The quarterly report has been adopted and seconded. Can we go back to that one? With the yearly report. Did you manage, Fungile, to get the expenditure? Because
Yes,
we were on that. Can you tell us?
Oh, okay. The total amount for that trip in Canada for Canada was 1,529,833 rand 98 cents. But after that, there were changes from the ground transport and the flights. So we are still waiting for that approval of an extra 800,000 from the Secretary to Parliament. So it is not included on this amount of 1,500,000. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. When you say it hasn't been included.
Yes, because this one was approved before the committee left. So when you came back, so there were new amounts from the ground transport and the flight. So I had to make a new application for approval. So I'm still waiting for that amount now.
So it means then, therefore, it's gonna be 2.3, Chair. 2.3. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we wanted to know. Okay. What are we saying on that one? Because we're left on with this amount of the study tour to Canada only. Otherwise, all has been the one that we know. And it was answered. Why do we have to do it? Thank you. Honorable members.
Chairperson, I move for the adoption of the Social Committee's annual report for 2023, noting that the amount will be included at a later stage. The final amount will be included at a later stage.
Thank you, Alex. Any second to that?
Thank you, Chair. I support Honorable Alex, even although the people who were approving, they didn't want us to go, all of us. The money was little, so, but I'm supporting Honorable Alex to adopt this report. Thank you.
Okay, which means we adopt with the 2.3 knowing that at least it will also be included, that 800,000. Thank you very much, honorable members. Any other item, Lindiwe?
Sesizikithini, Chair. We have about 3 reports and 3 sets of minutes. The next item, Chair, is to consider and adopt the first term quarterly report.
First term.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Can you flight it and go ahead?
Thank you, Chair. This is so that you can see, members. This is now the report of the committee for the first quarter of the 2022, 2023. Okay, Chairperson. Then this report, we had considered it. Yeah, correct. In 20, is the year correct? Sorry. Is it 2022 or 2023-24? Don't remember them.
No, it's 22. It's 23, 24.
Because we did it last year. Sorry, I'm going to correct this, Chair. Apologies. 23-24. Because we just did the fourth quarter of that year. Okay, Chair. Okay, and this report, Chair, we received a presentation on the 20th of September last year. So that making it the first quarter of 2023-2024. Okay, down to the deliberations, Chair. Okay. The first one was with regard to the toll-free number, wherein the committee wanted to know when this SASSA toll-free number would be resolved. If you remember, Chair, there was the issue of the Vodacom number that had an irregular expenditure on it that the SASSA and the department needed to resolve, Chair. Then the department reported that the matter was finalized and SASSA took over the line in March 2023. Then there was wanted to know in terms of the June social grants, the committee wanted to know the reasons that the social grants for June 23 were not captured. I think the payments there, I should correct that. So the payment. Okay, then the next, okay, the response to that, it doesn't respond to. Then there's the issue of the compensation of employees. The company noted the alarming 7.7% increase in compensation of employees. And then it wanted to know if the increase was solely due to the salary increase agreement on existing staff. And then the committee also wanted to have an update on the filling of the DDG post on welfare services, as well as the director of older persons function. And it questioned how the Older Persons Amendment Bill would be implemented once it is passed into law when this critical post remains vacant. Okay, the department replied mainly for the one about the compensation of employees, that the increase was solely because of the wage increase agreement. And then it also it replied that it had not yet filled any vacancies in the current financial year. That is now responding to the question on the filling of the DDG post and the director post. The anti-gangsterism strategy, again, it was an issue of concern from the committee, especially with the increasing levels of substance abuse among the youth, and that there is an urgent need to expand the rollout of this anti-gangsterism strategy beyond the child and youth care centers. And the department explained that it needed to implement the strategy for several years before it can be reviewed, its impact can be reviewed, and a determination is made how it can be rolled out into a wider scope. With regard to the Victim Support Services Bill, and the South African Social Security Agency Amendment Bill. The committee wanted to know why this bill were taking long to be approved by Cabinet. The department explained that the bill was tabled at NEDLAC and the discussions took long. Now that it had received the inputs, it was in the process of preparing a Cabinet memo. The bill was gazetted for public inputs between October and December 2023, and a consultant was finalizing the costing of the bill. And that is now with regard to the Victim Support Service Bill. The SASSA bill was submitted to the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, to provide a certification, and the department was still waiting for the certification. With regard to the non-alignment of funding model, in terms of the core mandate of the NDA, the committee wanted to know the reasons. The reason the 60% of the NDA was allocated in the first quarter. What has been spent on, and what is the plan for the rest of the year? So for that first quarter, the department had already transferred 60% to the NDA. Then the department explained that the transfer was per the agreement it had with the NDA, that at the beginning of the financial year, the 60% is transferred and 40% is transferred later in the year. The department had also raised a concern with the NDA that the bulk of its budget goes to compensation of employees. The NDA turnaround strategy then aims to address this. And also the NDA was mobilizing additional funding from donors to fund the programmatic areas. The committee wanted to know if the department was tracking the child-headed households and their involvement in parenting programs. And also wanted to know if the problem of non-compliance by the NPO was increasing, and that it was concerned that the people who receive services from these NPOs are adversely affected when the department withdraws funding. So what is the department doing to assist these NPOs? The committee also wanted to know the findings of the deregistration campaign, and that the department should provide the committee with a list of all funded NPOs and those that were deregistered. The department reported that it has a database that monitors all NPOs. The reporting of the NPOs is monitored in the NPO registration and compliance monitoring system, and it withdraws funding from non-compliant NPOs when it does not receive their reports. The committee expressed a concern that the target on poverty alleviation and food security was not achieved. And then the last one is regards to the 63 billion spent instead of 63.25 that are spent under program 2. So it wanted clarity in terms of these amounts and the shortfall. And the department explained that there was not shortfall. The finalization of the budget allocation of the social grants was done after the APP was finalized, which had set a target of spending 63.25 billion rand. And that's the end of the quarter one of 2023-24, Chairperson.
Thank you, Yuli. Let's get into it, honorable members. It's been quite a long meeting today, and with lots of information.
Chairperson.
Honorable Alex.
I'd like to move for the adoption of the report for what's this quarter one for 2023-2024. But I just will need Lindy's help because I'm just unclear on the dates that the presentations were made. So it doesn't with me adopting with me being on maternity leave doesn't affect me adopting these reports for that period. I just need clarity that I'm still able to adopt these reports, because I'm just unclear of when they were all presented to the committee. So I just don't want to cause any administrative issues if I am out of order. But other than that, I'll the adoption.
Yeah, I understand, because part of the first quarter you were not present with us.
I wasn't here from October, and I only came back now mid-March. So if there's anything in that period that I can't help with.
Okay. Ilunji, in
Chair,
terms of administration, yes.
for this one, she can adopt because the consideration of the presentation of the quarterly report was in September, and while she was still with us, so she can adopt. The only two
September up to what? September. It's September up to what?
No, Chair, she was from October. She won't be able to adopt, and think the last two reports she was here on the 20th when we considered the annual report, but she's still within the powers to adopt this one, because she was still part of the member. She was not on maternity leave, only in October. She can proceed to adopt.
So I move again to adopt the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Any seconder?
Hey, ndiyasekonda madoda noba andiyazi bendikhona. Kushiyeke thina sithi kuphela.
Hayi.
Ndiyasekonda. I'm seconding Honorable Alex.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Mangani. And now I'm reported that we are 6 in the platform. So that's why we are able to adopt this and consider these reports. Okay. What else, Lindy?
There's only 2 reports left. The one of the 20th last week, the second and third quarter, Chair, is under 1 report.
The second and third, it's 1 report.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yoli, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, this is the report. Sorry. Just for confirmation for the members, this is the report that is before for the committee to adopt is the second and third quarter performance for 2023-2024, which our assistant has already mentioned. The committee received the presentation on the 20th of March 2024. Then straight to the deliberations. Chairperson, with this first one, the committee raised concerns regarding the policies that remain in the draft format and the fact that they've been in that like that for the entire term of this administration. And that also the reporting on these policies for the 2 quarters was the same. It appears as if it was a copy and paste. And also then the committee raised a concern that these policies are aimed at lifting out of poverty the most vulnerable members of the public. And having said that, the committee acknowledged that the department meets the targets that are related to administrative and other internal processes, but not on these policies. So it wanted to know if there will be a change in the status of the reports when the department reports on its 4th quarter performance, or when does the department envisage to implement these policies. Then the department explained that that it's not a copy and paste between the 2 quarters in terms of reporting, and the fact that it is a lengthy process to develop policies because it involves extensive consultation, and that in every policy development, depending on the nature of the policy, this space can be a very highly contested process. And also the policy development involves the department following the 62 tedious steps that were developed by DPME that all the department must follow when they developed these policies, and also the fact that there are also interdependencies from other organs of state, for example, the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, who must now provide certification. There's also the socio-economic impact assessment that must be done, and also that there has to be for some policies engagement with National Treasury, especially the ones that deal with social security, because they come with financial implications. So the department would then report on these policies in its fourth quarter report, which will probably be done by the next committee, because this is our last day today. Then the committee also wanted to know the reasons National Treasury gave to the department when it suggested that the department withdraws the sustainable livelihood framework for community development practitioners. That's the point that I mentioned with the first quarter, that it was addressed again with the second quarter and third quarter reporting. Then the department explained that the National Treasury advised that it had already developed a national strategy, and so it advised the department to rather develop a livelihood strategy instead of a framework. With regards to quarter three, the committee noted that the presentation on this quarter did not give a detailed report on the 400 million rand that was shifted from other programs to compensation of employees. It then requested the department to forward it the slide presentation of this report, and that the report should also indicate how much was shifted from each program. And also the department must also forward the line graph in terms of expenditure on the compensation of employees and goods and services for quarter three. For quarter two, this was done. Then the committee sought clarity on the department's decision to remove reference to the NDA turnaround strategy in the NDA amendment bill, and it raised the concern that the NDA had worked on the strategy for the better part of the term, the current term that we're in, and also it has been an area of interest of the committee. The department explained that the bill was drafted late, so it acknowledged that, and because of the NDA had to conduct a situational analysis, and so the drafting of this bill had to be aligned to the turnaround strategy, which then had to be first approved by the board. But then the strategy has now been approved, and so there's been some progress then in the drafting of the bill. So this is how this was responded to. The committee requested that it be forwarded the costing report of the victim support services. So this one, it will appear also as part of the resolutions, as the members will see, same as the other reports that I just alluded to, Chairperson, that the committee requested the department to forward. And I know the CFO, he did just after the meeting, I think, forward those slide presentations to the committee. Then the committee wanted to know the reasons why the internal loss committee was now disbanded, and the department was using external service providers instead. Then the explanation was that the department had evaluated the impact of this loss committee on the past years, and it found that it was not as objective as it had hoped, because it also, the members of the committee were also implicated in some of the misconducts that were before this loss committee, and also the fact that it had about 15 members, which it was felt it was too much. Hence, then the department decided to utilize people from outside who will be more objective and independent when they assess these cases of financial misconduct. Then again, the committee noted that the expenditure on grants did not give a breakdown on the child support grant top-up for the 2 quarter under review, and also that the child support grant and old age grant and the social relief of distress had a slow uptake. And we wanted to know the reasons for that. And this was concerning because applicants had reported that their applications were approved, but they never received their grants. And the committee wanted to know how will then SASSA and GST address the slow uptake on these grants. And also the committee noted that the Minister of Finance had earlier announced that there will be an increase in the SRT grant from 350 to 370. And it wanted to know if the department had received a budget from National Treasury for this increase. Then on this one, SASSA explained that it will provide a full breakdown on social grants uptake when it presents its 4th quarter report. Whereas with the 2 quarter under review, there has not been a slow uptake on the SRT grant, which had peaked to 8 million people in just a year, compared to other grants such as the child support grant that took 15 years to reach 7 million people. And that as at the end of February to this current year, 2024, there were 65,000 beneficiaries on this child support top-up grant, and this was against the target of 67,000 beneficiaries. And that the challenge has been on the payment of this grant because of non-submission of bank details, problems with banking details, cases of fraud, and other the applications failing other verification processes. So that's what the challenge has been with regard to the uptake of this grant. Regarding the child support grant, SASSA had picked up cases where beneficiaries had applied for this grant, even though they were over 18 years, and it was investigating this matter through its identity verification system. And also the department reported that it was in the process of developing policies to address the challenge of children aging out of the child support grant and foster care grant when they are still at school. So the policies would be then developed based on the outcomes of the reviews that the department had conducted. Yet again, the committee expressed the concern with regard to anti-gangsterism, and on this point that it was not rolled out in the Western Cape, even though the province has high levels of gangsterism, and also that the program 4 had a low expenditure, even though it is a core program of the department. So the committee raised that as a concern. And the department explained that it had requested the Western Cape department to come and roll out the strategy, but the Western Cape department indicated that it had already, it had other initiatives it was implementing, so it would be a duplication then to implement this anti-gangsterism strategy. Okay, the next one is with regard to the HIV and AIDS training and awareness, where the committee basically suggested that the department must also conduct this training and awareness programs at primary schools because of the high rate of teenage pregnancy and the fact that the law now allows children to terminate a pregnancy without the knowledge of their parents. So then that then goes to say that then it means these children then can be educated on HIV and AIDS, which the department supported this proposal or a suggestion, and also reported that it was already implementing the social behavior programs such as the Sinovio program and CHOMI in partnership with the DBE. It also partnered with the Department of Health and DBE to implement the Integrated National Schools Health Program, which also includes the sexual education. Okay, and then the committee noted that out of 7,061 applications for registration for the NPOs, only 4,489 were registered. It wanted to know what happened to the NPOs that were not registered and what were the reasons for not being approved. And it wanted to know how many and these NPOs were funded. And the department explained that it registers all the NPOs in the country, which some are funded by other government departments. And the department only monitors around 19 to 21,000 NPOs that it has funded. And the 21,000 was when before the migration of the ECT function. So there were 21,000 that were under the Department of DSD with a budget of 8 billion. Then this was reduced to 6 billion budget per annum when the ECT function migrated to DPE. And now the department is left with about 19,000 funded NPOs. In terms of the resolution, Chairperson, it was for the department, like I had said earlier, to forward to the committee the costing of the Victim Support Services Bill, the slide presentation on the breakdown of the 400 million, and the projections versus actual expenditure on compensation of employees and goods and services, which I think the acting CFO did forward to the committee immediately after the meeting. So Chairperson, then I put this report to the committee to adopt, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuli. Yeah, that's the second and third quarterly report.
Chairperson, I'd like to move for the adoption of the second and third quarter report. It's just you and me, Honorable Mangania, in the meeting, Chairperson.
Yeah. Thanks, Alex. It's quite a long time. Maybe the baby wants to suck the what is it? You want to breastfeed. You want to breastfeed now. So time up. Honorable Member, Alex has adopted the first and second quarterly report.
Honorable Jane has just fallen off the meeting, Chairperson.
Oh no.
Can she come back so that we make a quorum and second it? Lindy? Come again.
Ndiyamfonela Chair.
Makangene a second. Sizomenza 50 plus 1.
She's connecting, Chair.
Okay.
She's in, Chair. She's in.
Okay. Mehdi? Well, left off Honorable who is going to second Alex in adopting the second and third quarterly report.
I say I second.
Okay. The second, I can hear you now. Magdalene seconds the adoption of the second and third quarterly report. Then, what next, Lindy?
Remember last week, we couldn't adopt 2 sets of minutes due to lack of quorum. So we have 3 sets of minutes, the 2 from last week. We have 12, 13, and 20 Chair of March. So those are the 3 sets of minutes that needs to be adopted. So this is the minutes of the 12th Chair. In this meeting, we were getting a presentation from DST in response to the public hearings, public inputs received during public hearings, Chair. Also, Chair members that were present, you, Bilankulu Manganye, Stop, Flongo, Peterson, Abrahams, Mare, Van der Merwe, Chair. We had member Priet, and then we have member Masango and Sukers that were not present, Chair. We had a delegation from the department, Chair. You welcomed us and we acknowledge the apologies from member Masango and Sukers, Chair. Also, Chair, member Mare moved for adoption of the agenda, which was seconded by member Van der Merwe. There were no minutes scheduled for adoption, Chair. And then the department provided a background. Mchochisa gave a legal perspective around an application of international law and other pieces of legislation to the proposed bill, Chair. Afterwards, he handed over to the Chief Director, Civil to also highlight the submissions that were received, Chair, and the response of the department, Chair. Due to time constraints, Chair, we're unable to deliberate on the presentation and also resolved that the members should submit their written questions to me to forward to the department, and also propose that the next day agenda item will start with the responses from the department, Chair. Thanks very much. These are the minutes, Chair, for adoption, 12th of March.
Can we adopt the minutes as a true reflection of the 12th March? Remember, we read these minutes, but when we found out people were kicked out of the system, we couldn't make a quorum. 12th March, adoption of the minutes.
I move for the adoption of the minutes from 12 March.
Thank you, Alex. Any seconder?
I'm seconding Honorable Alex.
Okay, thank you very much. Minutes of the 12th March have been adopted and seconded. Can we move to the second set?
Chair, the second set is for minutes of 13 March 2024. Chair, members that were at the agenda of the meeting, Chair, was to consider and adopt the committee report on virtual public hearings, also consideration and adoption of the MOD, as well as the deliberations on the bill, Chair. Members that were present, Chair, it's you, as the chairperson of this committee. We had member Bilangulu, we have member Manganye, Stock, Hlongo, Peterson, member Brahms, member Masango, member Iris, Mare, Panamerve, and member Priet. And then we have only one apology from member Sukar's, Chair. The department was here and your support team, Chair, was here. You welcomed us, Chair. And then the Sukar's apology and the minister was out of the country, Chair. Also, we received member Pilankun move for adoption of the agenda, seconded by member Abraham, Chair. And there were no minutes scheduled for adoption, Chair. Also, the committee considered and adopted, Chair, the committee report on virtual hearings. Member Pilankulu moved for the adoption, and her motion was seconded by member Mare, Chair. And then we proceeded to consider and adopt the MOD. And then you table the report, Chair. Member Pilangul moved for the adoption, and her motion was seconded by member Peterson. And then, Chair, in terms of the deliberations, Chair, we propose that the amendments that were not gazetted, because the department highlighted that there were amendments out of the public inputs that were not gazetted, and they sought advice from the committee, and then the committee requested the parliamentary legal advisor to guide and provide advice on the matter. Also, Chair, you also, Chair, the parliamentary legal advisor noted that the rules of the National Assembly provides the committee to consider amendments that were not gazetted, but it would need to seek permission from the House. And the legal advisor also made a commitment to consider the matters pertaining to the clauses and provide an advice whether the committee would require a permission from the House or not. Chair, the two resolutions taken was that member Masango had some amendments to put forward, and the committee resolved that she should submit her proposed amendments to the committee secretary to forward them to the legal team to include them in the A list. Also, chair the legal team from Parliament, State Law Advisor, and the department and Secretariat team should meet to consider proposed amendments and other technical issues and draft the A list for the committee. Chair, this is the set of minutes of the 13th of March for your adoption.
13th of March minutes.
Yes,
Let's
Chair.
adopt. Yes.
For the adoption of the minutes of the 10th March.
Honorable Manganyi has adopted the minutes of the 13th of March. Any seconder?
I second the adoption of the 13th of March minutes. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Alex. The last set of minutes that was last week.
Chair, the last set was last week's meeting. Chair, members that were present, or the agenda first, we're considering the A list, Chair, and also we receive a presentation from the department on their second and third term financial and non-financial performance. Also, we're scheduled to adopt minutes. Members present, we had Member Mvana, Pilankulu, Manganyi, Stock, Thongo, and Peterson. Member Abrahams, Member Masango, Member Aris, Member Fanda Merve, and Chair and Member Mare. Chair, the committee proceeded, Chair. We had members from the department, Chair. I think in this meeting we led by Unechepale, because the ADG was attending to a family responsibility. His child was sick, Chair. Also, Chair, Member Sukers also tendered an apology, being unable to attend the meeting due to prior commitments. Chair, the agenda was tabled for adoption, and Member Abrahams moved for adoption, which was seconded by Member Hlongo. Chair, we adopted 3 sets of minutes: the minutes of the 21st, the minutes of the 21st February, 28th February, 6th of March, and the 8th of March. Chair, the committee proceeded to consider and adopt the amendment list of the older persons. Chair indicated that the committee would consider and adopt the A list of the older persons. So, Chair, we took the committee on clause by clause. The following clauses we agreed to: clause 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 13, 14, 16, 18, 20, and 21. And the committee unanimously and formally adopted the A list, Chair, as reflected above. Chair, the committee then proceeded to receive a presentation from DSD on its second and third quarter on the financial and non-financial performance for 2023 to 2024. Chair, Mr. Buthelezi, which is the acting DDG, took the committee through the second quarter, Chair, and he noted that the annual performance plan for 2023 was given full attention to all the commitments for the current term. Chair? Chair.
Yeah. Ke ba founele ke ba botsa gore a ke nnete gore di-ticket di a extendiwe sembe. Ke founele ba batho.
Sorry, Chair, I've muted everyone. I think there was just a disruption from Mama. Maybe she's aware that she didn't mute. Chair, the deliberations, in the second quarter, the department achieved 82% of its target, while 18 of the targets were not achieved. This is the highest achievement compared to the 80% achievement of the previous year, which is 2022-2023. However, they compared the quarter 1 of the 2023-24. There was a slight performance decline in quarter 2, with 2% from 84 of the achieved. Also, Chair, the third quarter reflected that there were 58 set targets, and then out of the 58, they managed to achieve 41, which is 78%, and then 16 targets were not achieved. Chair, which is 28%. The deliberations of this meeting were contained in the report that was presented by Yoli a few minutes ago, Chair. And then the committee deferred the minutes of 12 and 13 to the next meeting due to lack of a quorum to adopt the minutes. These are the minutes, Chair, of the 20th of March for your adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindy. Those are the minutes of the 20th March. Any?
Move for the adoption of the minutes from the 20th of March.
Thank you, Alex. And then any seconder? Any seconder to that?
Seconded, Chair.
Honorable Manganyi seconds the adoption of the minutes of the 20th. Honorable members, we seem to have managed to finish our task for today. Otherwise, I wish that everybody understanding that it was not a short meeting, it was too long and it was taxing our minds. So, but ultimately we have received the end of the meeting. Is there anything, Yoli and you, Lindy?
Chair Member Abrams wants to say something, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, if I may, seeing it is our last meeting, just through you to thank the committee staff for their professionalism throughout this term. Social development is not an easy portfolio to be on, but I believe that they served us well and they've walked this very emotional, social development journey with us. And I just wish them well for whichever committee they serve on in the 7th term. And then Chairperson, just to you to say thank you for your chairing of our committee. I believe you were a very kind and caring chairperson, and you really did, I don't want to say mother us, but you did mother us along the way, especially during our public hearings. So I would like to say thank you for that, and also to thank you for giving us, adequate time to engage the presentations and to engage with the department and its entities. Unlike your predecessor who gave us all 2 minutes, 3 minutes, we couldn't properly engage. You allowed us, the scope to ventilate the issues well and to even come back and to ask follow-ups. So thank you very much for your chairperson. And then I haven't, had a chance to look at your ANC list, but I would like to wish all the members and the EFF list, I haven't had a chance to look at them. I would like to wish all the members well with whichever happens in the next term. And then to Honorable Jane, I would like to wish you well on your retirement. I know that sometimes you become more busy when you come on retirement, and you just strike me as one of those ladies who are going to be even busier on retirement. But I do hope that you find time to relax and put up your feet after the elections. So thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Alex. Now that we have come to the end of the meeting, I think I thought that we must also say a word to officials. Yeah, that's a good move, Alex. Also, I would like to also thank
Before you thank us, Chair, let me thank everyone. Everyone, I mean everyone. I treated everyone as my younger sister when I was in this meeting. I was being helped by everybody, including you, the chair. Sometimes we have this, I said, I am not going to attend this meeting because the chairperson will just shout and then I will shout her back. But I didn't shout. And then it was so nice. Alex, wish you a good luck and the newborn. One day I will come to Cape Town and see that that somebody, he will be or she will be a grown up somebody by then. I will always keep you in my mind as a family. I think that you are my second family that I have. Comrade Nonkosi, Comrade Chairperson, the chairperson knows why I'm saying you are my family. My family are almost gone. Now I'm left with this committee. So I will always keep you in mind and I will pray for you. Everyone, staff, Bolindi, Boyoli, Fungile, I will miss you. Thank you.
Okay, anyone who would like to have a word to the officials of our committee, beloved ones, whom we always shout at them, get angry, but keep up the good work? Is there anyone? No one. Okay, Lindy and Yoli, Sisi, you know, when I joined the social development, at first I hesitated to join this meeting, in fact, this portfolio committee, knowing the difficulties that one encounters from social development in the Eastern Cape. I had a trauma on social development. I didn't want to traumatize myself more, but the chief whip was its prerogative to choose people to chair meetings and to also to whip meetings. There are days that I will never forget, Lindy and Yoli and Fungi. You know, when we were in public hearings, the most toughest period where we will approach the communities and we will not find one another, but you will try your level best to listen to us and be very, I will say, you know, harmful and also in a way that you understand us as older person. Lindy, you took us from where we were, not knowing the social development committee. Yoli, you will always write speeches, write content that makes us to be proud of the committee. Fungi, you will always arrange traveling and logistic, which is a very, very tough thing. But you were always humble and also just friendly and just laugh at it at times, whilst we were very, very harsh to you. I wish to thank you for those behaviors. It's not always a case. Other officials are just cheeking and shouting at honorable members. You ask yourself why. And you, all of you were just humble to ourselves. Thanks ever so much for your humbleness and also for your good work, your dedication in work. You are workaholic. I can see that because you don't sleep. I always call you at very, very, very awkward times. But you will take my calls and respond to what I request to you to do. I don't know. I don't have words to thank you, our officials. You were so kind to us until the last day, that is today. And you showed us that you were brought the way you were brought by your parents, because background is critical to everyone. If your background was not very firm, we would have noticed that. I think even those that are not with us today are always wishing you the best, Yoli, and also wishing you the best, Lindy, and also Fungi. You must also thank your wife at home, because awkward times we will call you and shout at you in front of your families. but will be humble. You will humble yourselves. Thanks ever so much to everyone. I don't know what must I say after thanking you. Ngaske nje ndithi kuni uthando lwethu silubonakalisile kuni, nani nasibonakalisa back uthando. We love you and wish you all the best. We might not be in the same committees of the portfolio committee, as I say, Star Atlantic Social Development Committee. If I was given an opportunity to choose, I wouldn't have chosen social development. But out of your endeavor, I am free and happy to be at social development portfolio. Abo Jane, it's like my twin, but the elder twin. You know, the way we behave and also the way we conduct ourselves in front of you at times. We wish to apologize for those esingazenzanga kakuhle, but for those esizenze kakuhle, nikhumbule thina ngazo. Enkosi kakhulu, ndiswele imilomo eliwaka.
Ndingatsho ababini nabalinye. Ndingatsho abalinye.
Yes, it's your opportunity now. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. I find it not being easy for me to keep quiet after the praises and acknowledgement you've just uttered. It's a privilege, Chair, for us as the staff to work with the experienced the veterans you are. Chair, I don't want to lie, it was not an easy transition, especially for me as the CEO, you know, that deals directly with the minister. It's true to say that you are not just an easy person, you are a tough cookie. And my frustration was not to understand how chairperson wants things to be done. But I find my way out to know you more, to know your strategy, to know how you want things to be done. After it was just 1 month or two, but I've managed to work very well with you. You are one of the busiest chairpersons or members of parliament in the parliament. But through my skill and strategy, I've managed to also coerce you to ensure that amongst your priorities, you know, the committee work is also not being abandoned, but you've divided the little time you have to ensure that the committee work plays a critical role. And I also want to thank your leadership style. We felt like we have a mother in you, and you are so understanding. And through my journey of studies, you've been so supportive. If I'm on study leave, when I come back and you phone me to ask how was exam. So that shows one of the characteristics of a caring leader. So to you all my members, I really enjoy each and every individual that was supporting this committee. I found parents in you, and I wish you the best in your future endeavors. We might see you, some we might not see you, but to us, you will always be honorable members by the way you were treating us. We never felt that we are officials, we are in the low level than you. We just wanted to express that words of appreciation and also to wish you all the best in your future endeavors. And also to my team, we will work as a team. So and even the incoming members, we will always be the same to express the professionalism and also to be humble and understanding. Thank you very much, Chair and members. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, Lindy. Yoli?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just safe to say the previous chair, Chapa, used to refer us as foot soldiers, because it's Lindy. So when she has spoken, she has spoken on our behalf. So yes, Chair, I think she has said enough on our behalf, and I don't want to go kuzmosha. Yes. So our leader has already spoken on our behalf. Thanks, Chair.
Uligwala. Thank you very much, Yoli. No, I didn't even understand that you do have a husband. We always forget about that. Please tell him that we thank him to support you. Because whenever I called, you've never said to me, "Uthumi wako, you are doing this," but you were just on spot when we asked things. So usibulelele.
Ngibonga njalo, Chair, Nkosi.
Fungile.
Ngosi Chair, as Ulindi has said, at first it was not easy to work with all of you, especially older persons. But when you came in, it was a struggle here and there, but we find a way of dealing with you. And we can safely say, I think going forward, even for those members that will come in, we are ready for them because of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Mfundi. You will understand and know that if there are honorable members within your trip or whatever, you don't go first. Now, from us, I'm sure you have learned that because we've been cautioning you, especially for those that haven't worked with us. So please transfer the information to them. Ukuthi when you are with members, you don't just jump and check in and leave the members behind. You don't even know where are they sleeping. And for especially when you have to go first before the members arrive, you look for the accommodation and you look for the diet for Jane, who is a vegetarian, all those things. I think you have learned from us. Thank you ever so much. We love you, Bonanza. You don't know. We've never been in a team like this one. We felt families in you. We felt sisters and brothers. Besimisha ukuthi uFungile ibe ngathi ngumuntu ongenani mzi. Ingathi ayisiyo ndoda singathi sithetha ne-younger sons zethu. Kodwa uFungile zange aqumbe, not a single day. So thanks ever so much. With Alex, we wish you all the best. You are grown up now. You've got a responsibility. You created your family.
I'm getting out from the meeting. Yeah.
Yes.
Hi.
Now.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm
about to finish. I was just saying to Alex, because she has just joined us from the maternity, and we were so worried when it was said that she's going for a maternity.
I want all of this in. No, stand there. I wanted this.
You can unmute, Chair. You can unmute.
Huh? Benji, okay. No, it's
I've
fine.
muted to avoid the noise.
Yeah, no, I'm done because I wanted to say a word to Alex. We couldn't even have and go to the baby shower yake, but we were so excited to have a grown-up person. We missed her voice during the time of maternity leave with Abo Mamuma Sango, who always cautioned us, who is a grown-up person, but we never felt that they are the opposition or they have come for whatever. We were working together. I think Nani Yuli and Fungile and also Ulindi niyifilishile loo nto yokubana siye sazama ukuthi sibambane, we're together. Hey, thank you ever so much. Let's close the meeting, otherwise we'll talk and talk. Intetha izalinye intetha. We'll meet with Lindy. We're at Lady Frey during Christmas times and during holidays. We'll meet Yoli at Mthatha, eQokolweni, and Fungile, I don't know, ngathi Chipala Sekapa, but we hope to see you again. Thank you very much. The meeting is closed.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Bye, Sissy. give hugs and kisses to that newborn.
Well, I'll send photos on the WhatsApp group also. Hi.
Wow. So can I end the meeting for everyone?